Hello, my heroes and villains, especially Hope, who is first. I definitely almost didn't hit end stream just then. But yes, hello, it is me, the ever illustrious Sausage Grand, Waiter Slime Extraordinaire. My elbow is bleeding, so I'm going to be dealing with that through the stream. But it's fine, we're good. But yes, we are back. Honkai Impact 3rd. When we last left off, she appeared. Like, actually, this form of her. But look, she hasn't actually left us. She's right here. But yeah, Kiana escaped Durandal. They didn't actually get to talk like I was hoping they would. May decided she was going to help Kiana, whether Kiana wanted it or not, and her shirt up. And Kevin and Otto are doing some stuff and mutually using each other. It looks like we might be seeing Void Archives as he is in Star Rail appear soon, which I'm excited to see. But yeah, let's get on into it. So we finished Eulogy yesterday. Last time, we're going to be trying to go through Here Lies Bellflower today. Only 1819? We can probably do this. I don't think we'll be getting through all of these. We'll see how long these two take. Maybe we'll end up doing chapter 20 also. Welcome to the new story chapter, Cap. In this chapter, you can play side stages for Warzone EXP. I don't want to. You can also collect R&D materials from sideline stages to boost R&D levels. I don't want to. This is actually a really cool UI, though. Alright. 18-1. Yeah, also, I actually do want to, before we really get into it, I talked a bit in after stream with people, and I realized I didn't actually like fully get out my thoughts on the last chapter. Last chapter was really good. My opinion before we started last week was I still didn't really care for Kiana, and I felt like May really had not done anything, because in my opinion, the only thing before chapter 9, the only person before chapter 9 that I gave any level of shit about that did anything was Branya. I at worst, I disliked the character actively, like I did with Kiana, or at best, if they weren't Branya, I was apathetic towards them. Like, that's kind of how I was with Himiko. I still don't really care about this Himiko. She's been, more interesting in the ghost forms that have shown up. And then, in chapter 9, May gets taken out, and then we go deal with Branya's section, and so we hadn't seen anything of May. May more than made up for her lack of screen time before that. That chapter for her was incredible. I actually really... It made me feel the relationship between her and Kiana, especially before that. Like, I don't know, their relationship wasn't interesting to me. It just was like, but seeing May's perspective on things really like helped me care about them and that relationship. It was really well developed. I definitely understood why May would go to the lengths she would for Kiana, why she did the things that she did in the chapter. And it's really well written. It's really interesting. I'm very excited to see where they go with May from here, what she's going to do with the her Hersher abilities, what Kevin's plan for her is, and how she's going to navigate it. Because obviously, like, she's in this for Kiana at this point, right? But what are the limits to that? Like, is she willing to kill mass amounts of people if that's what it takes? I'm very interested to see where the story takes her. As for Kiana, I'm not going to say I like Kiana yet, but last chapter definitely developed her to a point that I accept her as a character. She developed a lot. It again, like, it gave a lot of characterization to her. I really liked the parallel between the conversation that May and Raven have about hypocrisy, and then the way that can just be shown through Kiana, in that Kiana is a hypocrite. She will tell everyone that you're deserving to live. I'm going to save you, because she pulled May off of a ledge for literally the same thing that she is self-sacrificing about herself about. May, had harmed a lot of people when she awakened to the Hersher, and May wanted to kill herself for that, and Kiana said, no, I'm going to save you. But when that same reasoning is put out to her, she won't accept it, and she's going off to, at the expense of, save everybody, but at the expense of herself. And with that conversation earlier with Raven about hypocrisy and how she'd seen bigger hypocrites, I think that really rings with Kiana. I don't know if it's intentional. It probably is. But I like it a lot. I also like that Kiana really is showing that even though she is a clone and she's, at least half Siren, she is a Kazlana. Because she is putting herself out there at the expense of herself to save other people. I'm definitely a lot more excited to see Kiana going forward now. It's not going to be utter dread. I hope she doesn't keep up the Genki act around May, which at this point I don't think she can, because May is now on the enemy team. But yeah, no, I really liked the last chapters. They were really, really good. And I didn't feel like I expressed it in the video itself, so I wanted to put out my thoughts here before we go forward. But yes, let us now go forward. May meditated silently in the digitally constructed space. It was a familiar state of being for practicing Kenjutsu that allowed her to attain the highest levels of focus. After reacquiring her Hersher power, she spent most of her time in the sealed training cabin. This was the place where she could forget about everything and concentrate on what she needed at the moment. Training mode activated, initiating environmental algorithms, predicting virtual training targets. The thing that I'm really interested to see what Kevin's plan is Kevin seems to, not see Hershers as human. So he is definitely just using May, but in what way? Wait, this palm is here illegally. I meant to turn that off before. The cold artificial voice echoed its protocols. Several mechs materialized and landed heavily on the ground. May opened her eyes slowly, gripped her weapon, and drew it with a deafening hum. Training system complete. Oh, yay, it's this area again. Alright. Now, as we've seen in the last two videos, I have the Hersher of Thunder. So I know that she is quite fun. There will be no complaining as long as I get to play as her. Oh. There may be complaining about my controller dying, though. Uh-oh. Run, May, run! Run in a circle while the input is stuck. Alright, come on, turn back off. Now turn back on. We're gonna have to start this segment over. but it's okay. I'm gonna die, actually. Ah, technical difficulties. We love it. The fuck off, I won. No, don't clap. I literally didn't do anything. You're working hard, girl. Show of thunder. Wild electrical sparks danced in the air. Shattered mechs disintegrated into data fragments. May silently sheathed her blade. The digital environment disappeared and revealed a poorly lit corridor. Someone hidden in the darkness approached slowly. Hidden in the darkness. Honkai energy within you is stabilizing. I knew it. You can indeed wield those powers. I've said I don't want to be disturbed. Don't be so mean. We're friends, and friends are supposed to get along with each other. I really want to get to know you better. Stop wasting time, Jackal. Jackal was suddenly interrupted. Raven appeared out of nowhere and stood between her and May. Get on with the business at hand. You've just spoiled all the fun. The time has come for you to unleash your powers to the serpent Raiden May. Imaginary singularity observations predicted a Honkai event that shall create an apex entity crucial to our plans. Yes, you know it, Raiden May. It'll give birth to a Hersher like you. Simply put, a key objective of Project Sigma is to acquire every single Hersher. How many were there? 13? But our sire will not personally lead this mission as he is busy elsewhere. This is our chance as our sire's most steadfast followers to prove our devotion and ensure the success of Sigma. Raiden May, your power will be an indispensable weapon for the world serpent. This is why we need to work together to face the impending Honkai eruption. I will honor my promise. But don't treat me as a friend. We're both using each other for our own ends. I'm a mercenary. I don't treat anyone as a friend. The whole mission is just to kill a Hersher. No, a dead Hersher means nothing to us. The serpent needs suspended Hershers. Suspended? I have prepared a small gift for you. Behold the scepter of Duat, the Waz of the underworld. Jackal revealed a gold and black box measuring several inches long. It looked like the mask of Tutankhamun. May did not know what the box contained. Like its maker, the box made her feel extremely uncomfortable. This must be the imaginary disruptor mentioned in the briefing. Disruptor, please do not sully this majestic device with such common labels. It's the marvel from the previous era that even Shixel couldn't replicate. You can't even fathom its value. Truth be told, I hope you can experience its power for yourself. Unfortunately, these scepters are too valuable. Our resources only let us craft 8 of them. Do be prudent with their use. We'll just go back into the mines, get more materials, like kill a creeper. Come on. How do you use them? You will know. While the masked lady chuckled, a slight vibration accompanied by electrical noise spread through the corridors. May heard an unfamiliar voice in the electrical data stream. Attention, everyone! A Honkai eruption occurred in Southeast Asian in the Southeast Asian ice island city of Coral just a minute ago. Shixel has deployed their Valkyries. It's time to start our mission. That's unfortunate because I could have done that. Hold on. I know I don't. Oh, never mind. I was gonna say I don't usually care, but and we're gonna redo it, but I guess not. Meanwhile, at the Federated Autonomous Region of Coral in the Pacific Ocean, the Immortal Blade Valkyrie squad, led by Durandal, arrived at the war zone 30 minutes after the eruption. The Valkyries readied themselves for combat at the outskirts of the island city. Fellow Valkyries, ETA objective is now 5 minutes. I'll be running through the mission briefings. The eruption took place at Coral, an artificial island with 1.80 million permanent residents. What did you call it? What? Just say 1.8. What? You don't need a zero if there's no number there. Located at the border of Southeast Asia and Oceania, Coral is a key economic and commercial hub in the Pacific. 30 minutes had passed since the eruption. Honkai is spread across the entire island. Things aren't looking good. And we have some really bad news. We lost contact with the Snow Lotus Valkyrie squad garrisoned on Coral. Our Vanguard Valkyrie formations have sealed the region and established a forward operating base. Upon arrival, the Immortal Blade shall punch through the center of Coral and pave the way for other squads. The Overseer also gave an order. The World Serpent will be joining this battle as our allies. Shixel forces shall carry out standard anti-honky operations and leave the Hersher to the Serpent. Yeah, I sure did say honky. It was not intentional. Roger. All Valkyries to battle stations. Move out! Alright. Have to remember how this drama works. Okay, so we still got that. No charge. At least not yet. No, okay, there's no hold attack. That's disappointing. Oh, how am I almost dead? What happened? I cannot read this in time. Yeah, I enter the city. Rita and I will take care of the Honkai. Help the others initiate help survivors evacuate the place. Why are we in hyperspeed mode? Alright, I think we are like finally in the era of units being fun. Oh, hi Rita. I didn't even realize she was with me, let alone that I could and did switch to her. I was just mashing buttons. Smoke engulfed the bridge to the city. The disaster continued to spread and consume the gem of civilization. The Immortal Blades advanced cautiously and pushed the chaos back towards the heart of Coral. Squad leader, Honkai levels are rising in Coral. We just picked up a Hersher's energy signature in the city district. I've sent you the coordinates. This location. Mr. Durandal, the place is where we lost contact with the Snow Lotus 10 minutes ago. Follow me, Rita. We must give them all support. Understood. But, squad leader, the Overseer told us not to engage the Hersher. Unauthorized actions might be punished. Be flexible, Alvatir. Our mission is to clean up the Honkai. That would include helping squads that lost contact. Oh, that's right. We won't be disobeying any orders that way. You're so smart, Adjutant Rita. Have the others proceed as planned. We will meet at the specified coordinates. Understood. Materials, R&D boost, blah, 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 blah. I don't really care. I'm sure I will care at some point, but right now I don't really care. How did I already complete a 25-hit combo? I'd rather be playing as Rita. Like, Durandal's fine. I do enjoy her. Just not as much as Rita. That might also be that I don't fully understand her yet. She definitely has something going on with her dodge. Travel on the pipelines might be faster. Okay, let's go. Woo! Federal fun! I mean, like, if you could do that, wouldn't that just be faster to do? This storm is, her ultimate here is really fun. I do like this a lot. Quality? How unthoughtful of them. We must carry forth. Rita, time is running out. Understood, Durandal-chan. I'm pretty sure she said not Chan there, but... Is this May? Yep. I'm honestly surprised they recognize her. She doesn't really look like she used to. Wasn't expect you to join the Wild Serpent. I have my reasons. That is all you need to know. It turns out Miss Raiden is the ally that our overseer mentioned. The World Serpent must be stretched thin to send its newest member to such a dangerous area. This is Miss Roselight. How are you doing? Raven. Your concern is appreciated. Unlike Chixel, the serpent doesn't like human wave tactics. We may be few in number, but we will complete the mission. Oh my, how rude of me then. Rita smiled, but her gaze turned as cold as steel. Nope, sorry about that. I wonder what you'll be using against the Hersher. Gas, trucks, or suicide bomb box? Well, I didn't expect to single-handedly ruin your mission last time. I'm still very sorry about that. Oh dear, please don't. I should be the one who's sorry for ruining that grand project of Heliolopolis Life Sciences. You're welcome. Do take care of the supplies and make sure the tea is ready while we handle the Hersher. How nice of you. In return, I shall make sure you're given a proper funeral if you get yourself killed. Oh, being too kind. You should try to be safe back here. Things might get very dangerous. Alright, I've had enough of them trading barbs. The two girls continued sparring as their smiles stiffened. Tension rose in the air. Rita? Durandal's gentle voice reminded Rita of her indiscretion. The Valkyrie bowed slightly and took a step back. Apologies. I do not intend to fight Chixel. May extended her hand to Durandal as a gesture for goodwill. Durandal looked at the girl. She had changed much since that short-lived battle at Arc City.
私たちの目的は一
We
致
are
して
now
います。
allies with the same goals.
同盟なら
We should focus on our mission and try not to get in each other's
互い
way.
に関し
バルキリー部隊は都市
The
外周で
Valkyries will
待機
garrison
し
the outskirts
生
to
存者
contain the
の撤退
Honkai
や崩
and
壊拡散の
evacuate the
阻止を図る
survivors.
約束通り
According to our
リッチャーはあな
arrangement,
たたち
you'll
に
be
任
fighting
せ
the
ます
Hersher, and we will try not to
私たちあり
interfere.
がとうございます。
Thank you.
リッチャーはサンゴ島の中心に移動しています。早く行ってください。
Sorry, I had to blow my nose. I don't know why I'm so stuffy today. The Harsha is moving towards the center of Coral. You should set out quickly. The Valkyrie then extended her hand to May to cement the alliance.
リータさん、
Mr.
私たち
Roseweiss,
も握
I
手し
suppose we
よう
can
じゃない
shake
か。
on this and declare truce.
すみません。
I will not shake hands
私
with
は
the one who
仲
murdered
間
my
を殺した
comrade.
人と握
まあまあ、
Oh my,
そう怒
you're
る
so
な。
emotional. These two are definitely like up there on my favorites. I don't think they've surpassed. Yeah, no, they definitely aren't higher than like Branya, Einstein, or Tesla, but they're absolutely up there. Swish. Raven took a step forward, but found the tip of a lance pointed
これ以
straight
上
at
つき
her.
まとうようなら
Do not push your
容
luck.
赦しああ、
Whatever.
一
I
方
see that
的
my
な
efforts are
望み
not
ということ
reciprocated.
で。
Raven gave up and returned to May's side, while Durandal lowered her weapon and left the place together with Rita.
天命最強のバルキリ
The
ー。や
best
はり
Valkyrie
手
of
強い
Shixel
な。
is one tough.
もういいでしょう。出発するわよ。
Enough. Let's go. Bam! Oh. Haha, it was dead. I don't know why I had that slowdown there.
行動開始。強風よ。私に服従しなさい。
Dargan, go! Kablam! This is such a cool ultimate.
千鳥、バットン。
He's so cool. Just a general reminder that my favorite character in Genshin is the Raiden Shogun. He's
そこで合流す
so
ること
her
に
being
なっ
like
て
a
いる。
lot closer to it definitely improves my enjoyment of her.
ここだ。
Yeah, no, I was saying that earlier. Like, the Hersher of Thunder May is really good. The Durandal and the Rita that I was playing are really good. That Rita, though, I've been enjoying for the last 3 chapters. The place. Cold winds blew into their faces when they stepped out of the tunnel. There was nothing but ruins
誰
in
もいない
sight.
ようだけど。
Where's our contact?
ああ、来たよ。
Look, there he is. May heard light footsteps next to her. Light distorted slightly as the contact revealed
遅い
himself.
ぞ。
I don't know what voice to give you. I've never seen this character. You sure took your time.
途中で旧友と遭遇して、
Not no
少し
acquaintance.
挨拶を
Had
交
to
わし
say
てたのさ。
hello.
例の S 級バルキ
That
リ
S
ー
rank
か。
Valkyrie.
彼
Why'd
女
you
の
provoke
相手
her?
をするとは。
What are you trying
お
to
前も
achieve?
黒好き。まあいい。俺
Whatever.
はヨルムンガン
I'm
ド
the
幹
World
部。
Serpent Officer
コード
Coding
ネーム
Dowell.
フクロ
Pleasure to meet
ウ。よ
you.
ろしく。今回、任
We'll
務が無事
support
ク
you
リ
in
ア
this
できる
mission.
よ
協力はいらないわ。
We don't need any support.
う。そうか。
Oh, great.
They were
You take care of the Hersher. I'll be
俺は
leaving.
先に。もう一
That's
度
my
言ってみ
best
ろ。
friend, Owl. He looks very tired. I hope he can take a nap soon. I dare you to say that again.
冗談だ。
It was a joke. He reminds me a little bit of Risley. The man named Owl scratched his head
そ
lazily.
いつは情報収集が専門で、隠密
He's
行動の
professional
プ
in
ロだ。
data mining covert
私たちの
operations.
力にな
He'll
る。
be helping us in this mission.
だらしないように見え
He
るが、
looks like a lazy
能
bag of
力は
bones,
確かだ。
but he's one of the best operatives we have.
ライデン・メイ様。
Raiden May.
今回の崩壊で、第五
Anyway,
律者の誕
we've
生を確
confirmed
認
that the
しました。
eruption given birth to the fifth
ジャッ
Hersher.
カルの指示に
So,
従い、
Hersher of
黄泉の
Ice,
杖を用意
clearly,
した。
right? Prepare the scepters of Duat according to Jackal's instructions. Defeat her and we can attempt to capture her.
メイでいいわよ。
Just call me May. Having said that, May headed directly towards the center of the city. Is she the Hersher of thunder that our sire mentioned? She looks soft. Can she handle the job?
心配ないさ。
Don't worry about it.
私
Like
た
us,
ち
she
と
had
同じ。
every reason to fight.
分かった
See about that. I really question why people are so confident that the Cryo Archon is going to be Bronya. Because, like, there's... I mean, maybe more comes later. But there's so many more ice-related characters in this game than Bronya. Wow, she's from Russia. That's the closest it gets. She has not had an ice version yet.
フクロウ、ずっと私とメイで戦ってるんだが。
Man, I've been fighting been doing all the fighting. I'd appreciate your help,
メイ
Owl.
がいれば俺なんかの
May's
協力はい
around.
らないだろ
I don't think it'd be much help.
力を温存して律者との戦闘に取っておいた方がいい
お前な。
喧嘩はやめてくれる？
Yeah, so
さっきから
they've
律者の信号は移動をやめている。
pretty much we've pretty much confirmed at this point that the Pyro Archon is not going to be
行きま
Himiko.
しょう。
ここはそいつが最後に出現した場所だ。
Venti and Raiden are the
律師は
only
この近く
XPs.
にいる。
You could maybe make an argument for
この標準
Nahida being Teresa, but like
崩壊エネルギー
they have white hair and are small, and that's about
当
it.
たりみたい。
I still look back on the amount of people that were like
強風よ。
adamant
私に服従しなさい。
that Zhongli was a
宇宙の中の崩壊エネルギーが増え続けている。
that Zhongli was an XP of Fuhua. Like, what were they on
お
about?
前たちは崩壊銃の注意を引いておけ
I'm not even sure if I'm going to say Venti
俺は
was
標
Wendy.
準の付近で
No, I
待機
mean, Venti definitely is a... Well,
先に律
okay, so technically,
砕けろ。
Venti's friend was a Wendy XP. And then he took her appearance when she died. So in that sense, yeah, no, Venti is definitely a Wendy XP. It's very clear. But like those are the only ones. You know what I mean? Like the Zhongli was never an XP. Nahida's not an XP. Apparently, originally, because I've seen the concept art and the leaks said so, Farina was originally going to be a Sela XP, and I'm glad they didn't go that way. Because Farina is so unique and interesting as she is. But and then the other XP in the game isn't an Archon. Like Al-Haytham's not an Archon. I don't know. People are still adamant about Bronya, and I'm like, I don't think it'll be Bronya. I think the Tsaritsa is too important to be an XP. I'll actually be kind of disappointed if they are. And if they are, I almost hope it's Himiko. Just to throw people for a loop. But Himiko is in Star Rail now. So I just don't see them doing it. Diluc's closer to a Himiko XP. This column exploded into a rain of broken ice fragments and revealed the Hersher. Owl acted as soon as the target appeared.
目標ロックオン
Target
黄
locked.
泉の杖
Loading the center of Dwat. There's absolutely aspects of Kokolia's final form in Star Rail in this. This one's definitely like they definitely pulled inspiration from this for the Stellaron Kokolia. That's really interesting. Like the crown is different, but it's there. The pose is the same. The the coloration is darker, but like it's definitely not 1-to-1 by any means. The candles are unique here too, but they definitely pulled from this for that. I mean, listen, all XPs are design XP. I have yet to see a singular XP character in either game that actually has even a remotely similar personality to the characters in HI3. May is not Acheron. Even though Acheron is May, there's May. There's aspects of it that I can see the similarities of the character, but like Acheron even then is so different because of the events that led her to become Acheron. I can see the progression that leads from May to Acheron, but they are wholly different characters at this point. And then yeah, A is not even remotely similar. The Himikos are not at all alike. I haven't seen that much Yai Sakura yet in this. I did the Sakura Samsara, and I've seen the like back old time one a little bit. But they're nothing like Yai in Genshin. Wendy and Venti have no similarities in personality. I can't judge Sue to Alhaitham yet. But then, like, Luocha isn't Otto. I can't judge Sushang yet. Although the Sushang in this I know is a lot older. I'm so excited to see Sushang in this. I can't judge Yanqing. Who are the other ones? Raven and Nat. There are definitely similarities between them that I was able to pick up on in the last VOD of like their motivations and their goals, but personality-wise, they're totally different. HSR's Sushang is like HI3 Sushang without the character arc HI312. Okay. That really makes me excited to to see her then. Bronya is closer to Silverwolf than Bronya. The Seelas could not be more different in characterization. Like, Seela in this is a relatively meek, feminine character. Star Rail Seela is a hyper, like, masculine, hot-headed, I don't want to say brute, but like she's ready to fisticuffs at all times. They're not even remotely similar. Character arc is inside media, it's not completed. Alright. I'm still excited to see Sushang, because I absolutely love Sushang in Star Rail. My feelings about HR Seely is you're ultimately just getting half of Seela's personality when the fun part of her is how she... I don't know, I like Seela in Star Rail. I think she would be better if Star Rail didn't cut her and Bronya's characterization short because they're abridging the love story of HI3. Because I love the relationship they've built so far between the manga and the events of chapter 13 in HI3. I think they did a fantastic job with them. I don't care about their relationship in Star Rail. They're not interesting to me. The most interesting their relationship has been is in the Belbog Museum event when Bronya's interviewing Seela for the position. I am like glad they didn't spend too much time on it in Star Rail on one hand, because like all the other characters were a lot more interesting. But yeah, it just they really fell flat for me. Even now knowing the context of their relationship. See, like I don't disagree with both of you that like they're pulling more from the Stigma personality for Sela in Star Rail, but I don't even think they're similar characters. I think a few of the XPs are really good in Star Rail. I really like Sushang, but they also surround Sushang with characters that really help her. Like she's really good just in the Aurum the Aurum Alley event, but then my favorite story I think in all of Star Rail right now is the Ghost Hunting Squad, the Fixtral Garden stuff. The way Sushang bounces off of Gunai Fen, the Trailblazer, and Huo Huo is really good. All of them, the four of them together, just like their unique personalities bouncing off each other just works so well, and it works so well both for the serious parts of it and the comedic parts of it. I fucking love that event. I want to see more of them. My favorite moment in Star Wars is in the beginning of that event where the Cloud Knights come in and Gui's explaining everything that happens. Shang's just dead with a chocolate around her. I love it so much. I think Yanqing could be interesting. Supposedly he's going to be more involved in the upcoming story with Yunli. The problem with Yanqing is they have made he is the jobber of Star Rail right now. Literally everyone walks in and beats the shit out of him. Yanqing could be cool. He absolutely blows chunks in HI3. Well, yeah, okay. So I think you'll find HI3 Sushang very different character. She's much more turn confident. That's what I expected. She also is significantly older. Like, I believe Sushang also is a long life species, like, but that is actually young, like Yanqing in Star Rail. The difference is Yanqing is actually like 14 and Sushang's like 19, 20. But like just from the look of Sushang that I've seen, like she is clearly more confident, she's more experienced. Because that's Sushang's problem, I think. It's that she doesn't really have the experience yet. Which is also true of Yanqing. I really like Himiko in Star Rail. I care way more about Star Rail Himiko than HI3 Himiko. But she's a main character that is like constantly present, where they kill HI3 Himiko really early before I had a chance to like her. But yeah, I really feel like a lot of the XPs, I don't judge them as XPs, I judge them as their own characters that just happen to have the same name, you know? There's even like less to me connection than like the Saber faces in Fate. Whereas like there's always a bit of like, I don't really like Saber though, do it, and they have to overcome that hurdle in Fate. Whereas like in this, it's like, oh, this character has the same name as that character. Okay, I'll sure, I'll give them a chance though, you know. Like if I hope a Kiana never shows up in Star Rail for reasons other than my previous dislike of Kiana. But if a Kiana showed up in Star Rail, I would give her a whole new chance. You know, like there would be no connotation with HI3 Kiana, who again I am starting to like more, but that's just the example of the one I didn't like. Yanqing Star Rail is completely different. Interesting. Himiko's our catalyst in HI3. Without the final lesson, Kiana would never start growing. Absolutely agree. I've liked the like ghosts and flashbacks we've seen. She was interesting in the manga, the AE Eruption or AE Invasion manga. You'll never meet Yanqing in the main story. Okay, interesting. I also hope Kiana doesn't show up, but I also would be curious if they handle it based on what I know. Yeah, no, I hope Kiana never shows up in Star Rail. I hope the Trailblazer never shows up in either, and I hope the Traveler never shows up in either. I want the protagonists locked to their games. I know the Hersher of the Void is very clearly in Genshin already, but that's also true. A Kiana showing up, well, no, because it wouldn't be Kiana. It would be an XP, and Kiana, or Acheron talking to Welt already acknowledges, like, you're not my Welt, I'm not your May. You know, like, they acknowledge this is not the same people. So I think it wouldn't be that bad, but it would definitely trigger something in her. Alright, let's get back to the Hersher of Ice. Man, I am a Hoyo stan through and through at this point. I'm really excited for ZZZ on Friday. Which, yes, I'm going to be streaming ZZZ on Friday, because it's coming out too late on Wednesday for me to do it, and then, you know, Thursday I've locked in stuff already with our watching Pokemon, and I have stuff after stream. So Friday, ZZZ. The Hersher gave a high-pitched scream and unleashed a stream of biting cold. Water vapor quickly froze into ice shackles that bound the 3 World Serpent operatives. May felt pain piercing through her skin. She was too close to the Hersher, and it threatened to freeze her lungs. Hell yeah, Queen. Pull a Kyoshi. Ben? Shit, and ugh. The Hersher murmured a string of strange syllables. The Hersher murmured while her body twisted and writhed as though she was fighting an invisible creature. This is the... I'm gonna say worst Hersher transformation we've seen. I didn't actually read the AE visual novel, so I don't know Joyce turning into the first Hersher. But, you know, we saw Siren transform, and hers wasn't that bad. She embraced it pretty quick. We saw May's, where the Hersher personality just kind of took over and then went back to sleep. Wendy took to it really quickly. This is like, she must be fighting it. Right, like I'm wondering if this is a Valkyrie, or otherwise a member of Shixel, because they definitely don't seem to want to be a Hersher. Joyce doesn't really ever transform into anything. All he does is summon a big shield. Reason is a bit different. That's not surprising, because like Welt also just has full control of the Hersher power, and even when it transferred to Bronya, it didn't seem to do anything to her, and she was able to like grab the power of it really quickly. No one knew what she was up to. She behaved less like a Hersher and more like a mindless zombie. Interesting. Despite the target's strange behavior, the operatives knew they could not afford to hesitate. The fight begins! Ikuze! Earth of eternal winter. How do I have to break these? Freeze to death! I do really like that they've put weekly boss Cocolia in Apocalyptic Shadow. Because I have no reason to go fight her ever again, and I do really like that fight and the lines she has in it. Although I think those were regular Cocolia's lines. The storm blew over. Everything within sight was sealed in a tomb of ice that formed a massive wall. She escaped. Raven closed her eyes to sense the residual Honkai in the ice. The Hersher was already far away. She's running.
律者が離れていく。
She's getting away.
おばよ。
We must chase her down.
待て
Wait,
考えもせ
can't
ず
just
追撃するのは
mindlessly
軽
chase after
率す
her.
ぎる
That's dangerous. So I'm not gonna say that this is a Risley XP. Or Risley was an Owl XP. I can't believe with how much people want Genshin characters to be XPs that people weren't trying to say that Risley was an Owl XP. He's not like that similar, but he's got a bunch of similar design features. So like the messy hair, first of all. The strands being like the darker and the lighter, his coloration. I can't believe people didn't try. Again, like, I don't actually think that Risley is an Owl XP, but like, I swear the Genshin community tries to say that every character is an XP. How did they not try for Risley? Owl crawled out of the snow and patted his clothes to shake off the thick frost all over
律者
him.
の能力は見ただろう
We've seen what the Hersher can
想像よ
do.
りも手強い
She's tougher than we thought.
その力は
You
彼
may
女
be
と
an
張
even
り合うこ
match,
とが
but
できる
capturing
が
her would not be easy.
捕獲ともっと
We need
完
a
璧な
better
対
plan.
策が必要だ
Oh, that was a stage. Alhaitham and Sue are almost enormously. I've seen what Sue looks like. I absolutely see it. Design wise, they are very similar. Risley's got the hair that looks like wolf ears, while Owl's an owl. That's true. Risley's hair is also black, and the highlights are white rather than both being shades of gray. Risley's bulkier. And not like tired. I just like it's close. You know what I mean? The frost slowly sublimated and revealed the lifeless Valkyries.
遅かったですね。
They like, man, Valkyries die a lot. We never actually really see any of them because they're never given sprites or even names most of the time. They must have like they have this is probably another issue of early HI3 giving me misconceptions. Because it seemed to me early on like there weren't that many Valkyries. Like obviously there's a school for it. But I didn't think there were a lot. But like Raven in the last one was talking about them using human wave tactics of just throwing people at problems. We saw Rita's squad getting wiped out and nobody really cared except for her. Here they're dying a bunch. Oh, okay. That makes sense. There's not a lot of ones like on Rita or Durandal's level, but there's a lot of the like D class. That makes sense. That would, yeah, okay. Quite a lot of them died in second eruption. We didn't see that many, or at least like in the panels, I don't remember seeing that many die, although I'm sure a lot did. But man, I really liked Shulshagath, and I forget the other one's name, but the ones in that, they were really, really cool. Rita is on a much higher level than what you expect, and Durandal's like Cecilia level. Yeah. Durandal's Kiana. Like I'm still waiting for them to say it, but I'm just like I'm convinced she uses her spear. She's got the power. We're too late. The two observed a moment of silence for those who had fallen in
彼女
battle.
たちは勇敢な戦士
Rita's
で
like
す
the peak of non-super powered person in the world. That's the feeling I'm getting. I really like Rita. She gives this like aloofness to her, but she is actually pretty like grounded as a person, and she cares about her squad mates. She just she's trained to repress those emotions. I really like that. Rocha does have a skill named Abyss Flower. See, I don't have him, so I totally forgot about that. Like, Luocha's probably not Void Archives, but man, I'm excited to go back to the Cienjo because I really do hope we see them soon. Even though, like, we know we're probably not going to see them in 2.4, just because he and Jing Liu were moved to a different ship. Luocha isn't, but it's still worrying. Them giving someone Auto Apocalypse's face means they have plans with it. Oh, Auto has used the name Luocha. Okay, well, because we know Luocha's not his name. That's just his name he uses on the Cienjo. Alright, yeah. I'm definitely really interested in it. It means demon. That's funny. We must bring these brave soldiers home.
かしこまりました。
Of course.
リタ、
I'll leave this place to you, Rita. I'll check the surrounding areas for any clues. Duranda remained expressionless when she turned around and left, but Rita knew something was different. My biggest problem with Star Rail right now is how much they just sidelined the Luocha and Jingliu plot. I do hope and think they might bring it back at some point. I realized I didn't need to be breaking the ice. It's just some sparkles. And just kind of like ended it in Jingliu's quest very abruptly. But I do hope they bring it back because it's extremely disappointing. It's all that on Elysium Realm. Yeah, that's not that surprising to me that you stopped in Elysium Realm. Elysium Realm took Haru a while to get through it, I believe. But yeah, I am intending to, you know, go through all of HI3. I'm definitely invested in it for its own sake at this point. But also, I just want context for how much they interconnect, how much Hoyo interconnects their games. Elysium Realm is really long. It's so concerned with building up its world more than its characters. It's really good and really important. Yeah. No, Haru has had nothing but positive things to say about her, like, going through HI3. She's constantly really excited about it, so I'm excited to keep going with it too. The Valkyrie comm device picked up from the ice had a voice recording of what happened during the eruption. Well, leader, we've contacted the Oceania branch. We'll just hold out till reinforcements arrive and... Death noises. Squad leader, are you alright? Don't get any closer. No. So is this her? Ooh, maybe are there fake Hershers? Like, are there zombies that look like the Hersher of Ice? HI3 definitely benefits from having a focused narrative. I mean, so does Genshin and Star Rail during its main story. It just, you know, it also has the events throughout, which I don't know much about HI3 because I don't. Yeah, I just got into it. Penacony was really focused, but so was Belbog. I wouldn't even say that the Cienjo wasn't focused. It was just like it had a lot of lore it wanted to build up that it, like, instead of having long-term payoff, needed the payoff for immediately. With the, like, the Cloud Quintet especially. Because there were, like, the Cienjo basically had was split between, like, 3 different stories, where they had, you know, they had the quintet story, they had the story that was actually being told in the main plot, and they had the denizens of abundance going on, and it did split things a little too much, where like things are getting a lot better now. I think the Cienjo should have had a longer, how do I explain it? I don't think it should have been the main focus storyline. I think the Cienjo should be something that we step into every now and then and continue on over time. I liked what they did with Tingyun. You should I'm interested in what they're, I've seen some leaks about where they're going with the Cienjo. I'm definitely interested in it. And I think it's also something that, because we're gonna go back to it, we'll get retroactive payoff. Because also, like, I'm really conflicted about Penacony because of 2.3. Although, really, I'm conflicted about it because of 2.1. Because we spend so much time on Aventurine for there to be literally no payoff for it. It doesn't affect anything. You could remove 2.1 and the story wouldn't change. The cliffhanger for Robin is in 2.0. And that picks up in 2. Yeah, and that picks up in 2.2. I didn't care about Aventurine at all in it. Like, I was like, yeah, okay, this is interesting. I don't really care about Adventure. I don't really like you that much. You're fine, whatever. You know, it's something where I was like, this character doesn't appeal to me. That's fine. But like with everything they did, I was waiting for a big build up, a payoff to it. Same with you know, Firefly dips in 2.2, and then they don't address either of those things. Fireflies is less of an issue for me because it was like, you know, it's like, oh, I gotta go do a thing, and she did it off screen. That's fine. I would have liked to see it not on Shake Me. Why isn't the key working? Good. If Fireflies bugs me a lot less, but I still like it's just a dropped plot point. Aventurine, though, like the whole of 2.1 is about the storyline with Aventurine, and then it doesn't have payoff. It just doesn't do anything. Aventurine just leaves. Heard you not saying only one of the things about Aventurine. Argenti's also here for no reason other than to be the Deus Ex Machina of how Aventurine was saved. They don't even tell us how he saved them or how he knew or how he got into the Nihility core world in the dream world. I don't have a problem with her. Okay, so here's the thing with Firefly that I think a lot of people are missing. And they're missing this with a lot of the Stellaron Hunters. The Trailblazer was not created at the beginning of the game. The Trailblazer was a Stellaron Hunter for like 3-4 years. All 4 of the Stellaron Hunters have pre-existing relationships with us. That is why they all take to us immediately, when they don't to anyone else. Silverwolf is immediately gaming with us and like playing around with us like she does with Kafka and Blade. Kafka obviously has an immediate connection to us. And she's, you know, she's willing to tease us and probably give us more information than we should have. Blade, who is cold and just doesn't answer literally anyone else, has conversations with us. Because, and then yeah, Firefly, I am pretty sure the Trailblazer existed before Firefly was recruited. I think the Trailblazer was there when Firefly was recruited to the Stellar Hunters. Like, there are pre-existing relationships there. It's not just, oh, they met us and liked us. You know, like that's something that a lot of people are missing. There's also just the fact that, like, we treat Firefly like a human when she doesn't get treated like that. But I don't know, because you could make the same arguments with a lot of characters. It just comes down to how much you like them. I do think there's not as many mean options for Firefly as, like, you can have for, like, Aventurine. But you could say the same. You could definitely say the same thing about Robin. We find out they follow the path of finality as well. I know Elio does. I don't know if everyone does. Oh, I like Robin a lot. I like all the Panconi characters. Don't get me wrong. I also, before 2.3, I was also complaining that Sparkle had no payoff, but then they give her good payoff. I don't think the ending of Penacony is that good. I don't know. I really think Firefly in 2.3 kind of sucks, honestly. I like her. I like when the sections where you're playing as her. And I do like the final like fireworks scene. I don't think she's implemented very well into a lot of it, though, into like that ending sequence. I don't know. Because I was riding the hype of Penacony really hard in 2.2. I think there's a lot of really good payoff for Sparkle, especially her being connected to Silverwolf, in the implication that Silverwolf is the one that hired Sparkle to be there. I think 2.2 was incredible. 2.0 was incredible. 2.1 was fun, but in hindsight, I kind of hate. Not hate, it doesn't connect to anything. It doesn't have payoff. And then 2.2 is really, really confusing. I think I like Bellabog more than Penacony. I think the heights of Penacony are the highest Hoyo's ever been. Bellabog is the most consistent story in Star Rail, and it's really good. In my opinion, right now, the best Hoyo storyline is Fontaine, because it is consistent and strong all the way through. It doesn't quite hit the height of Penacony, but it's close, and it is at that level all the way through. It dips a little in the prison, but I think the start and the end of the prison segments are just really, really strong. And then it goes back to just really strong. Acheron and the Nameless are just too... The Nameless are great. Part of the reason I have such an adoration of 2.2 is you have this connection with characters you've never met. I can't remember the name, but Mikhail, the one that was with Acheron at the end, and the girl that was with that was part of the Penacony team there. We've never met them. Yes, Tiernan and Rosalina, thank you. We've never met them. We never will meet them. We've had one scene with Tiernan, but we have this connection through the characters that we already do like. The emotionality that we have of the desire of March, Himiko, Dan Hong, Welt, Pom Pom, to see this connection and to see it through. You feel it through that, and it builds up such a really strong connection to, again, characters we'll never meet. I absolutely adore it. The moments of Acheron in 2.2, especially the Tiernan scenes, are incredible. Acheron honestly almost was the best part of 2.3. Sparkle was the best point of 2.3. But Acheron was almost the best point of 2.3 if you insisted that you knew her. If you kept choosing the dialogue when you're saying goodbye of, like, insisting that you had met before, you get a really short scene of her as Raiden Mei with the horns. And it's really, really cool. It's really cute. I really like it. I probably would agree that I think Robin is the best part of Penacony. Robin and Sunday. Their connection and the development through it are really strong. Everything related to them was good. I do not have a single problem with any of them. I don't have a single problem with any of Sparkle. I think if you took the actual, like, ending of 2.3, like, you know, when you're saying goodbye at the graves and saying goodbye to Acheron, if you took that, if you didn't put Firefly in it, I think 2.3 is good. It really is just that it doesn't have anything to do with Aventurine, and then I feel like a lot of the Firefly moments in 2.3 are forced. Yeah, as much I'm a Firefly simp. I think it would be good just tying it to the ending of 2.2, because 2.0 and 2.2 are incredible. There's just, like, there's so many things that had no payoff. I think Firefly was really good in 2.2. Yeah, those are my thoughts on Penacony. I really like Penacony, but it's definitely inconsistent. If it had ended in 2.2, I'd have had a lot less problems with it. The most recent HI3 arc, probably my favorite Hoyo story since the final story arc. Yeah, I got a long way before I get to part 2. I didn't know until last week that part 2 is like on a different planet. Why didn't they just make a new client? Alright, speaking of, let's get back to HI3. Oh, my UI is showing. Am I not tabbed in? Oh, I'm not tabbed in. But I am a Hoyo simp all the way through. I am more than willing to, you know. I still think Penacony is probably a 9 out of 10 story. You know, it just has some. It has some foibles. If it had come out all at once, probably it would have been a lot more even. Which is, like, true of Belobog. You know, Belobog, any downtime it had was made up for, that you just kept going. As time went on in part 2 story, it became very, very interconnected with the original story, so it makes sense to continue on the same client. Okay. It's a 9/10, but the things I like... Oh, no, like I said, it's really hard for me to say negative things about Penacony, because there's so much good about it, and my feelings of it overall are positive. There are just some things that, like, really drag it down. And I wish they didn't. No, not like this. This shouldn't be happening. Static noises. Well, it sounds like they're having a wonderful time. Okay. This was really a problem last time, but this is one of my biggest issues with HI3. Rita right now is supposed to be in a completely different area. But they put you in the same room. It was really bad last time with the roofs. Where it's like, oh, we've traveled all the way. Okay, no, never mind. Durandal is actually here. We ignore it for now, I guess. But oh my god, no, it was bad last time. This is pre-Genshin money, you're correct. I don't know, I was like... We were supposed to be going across the city in the last chapter, and it was the same rooftop every time. Durandal scanned the battlefield. The clues and evidences pointed to one thing. While recovering the Valkyrie's remains, she suddenly noticed something glistening in the sun.
これは
What is this?
デュランダル様
Mr. Durandal, the immortal blades made it through the outer tunnels, and are
こ
headed
ちらに
here
向かっ
right
てい
now.
ます他のバルキリー部
The
隊
other
も
Valkyrie
サンゴ
squads
島
have
の出
secured
入り
major
口を
routes of
封鎖し
traffic. We have
崩壊
contained
の
the
影響
spread of
範
the
囲をコン
Honkai.
トロールデュランダル様
Are
そ
you
の
holding
手
a
にあるネ
necklace,
ックレス
Mr. Durandal?
アナ・シャニアテ。こ
It's
の
on
ネ
a
ックレスは
shark.
彼女のもので
It's
す。
hers.
今ある手がかりをもと
I
に
don't
判
know if
断
I've
す
ever
る
actually met
彼
Anna,
女
but
が
she's
今
been
回の
mentioned
崩壊
a
で誕
lot.
生したリッチャでしょう。
She's one of, like, the higher ups in Shixel, isn't she? This is, I think, literally August 2020. Genshin came out in 2019. So Genshin would have been out at this point then. Right, wasn't Genshin 2019? Genshin. I need to not say Genshin because now I'm spelling it wrong. Oh, no, never mind. It did come out in 2020. I'm crazy.
Tried
to fight the Honkai corruption, but ended up killing her own squad during the chaos of battle. Okay, she was a Valkyrie.
まさかこんな
I
結
didn't
果になる
expect
とは
things to
思
turn
いも
out
し
this
ませ
way.
んでしたデュランダル様
Master
この
Durandal,
件を
are we to
ヨル
share
ムンガンドに
findings
報
with the
告し
World
ますか
Serpent?
ええ、
Yes.
アルビトル。
Over to you. Send Anna's daughter to them. What? Are you sure? Valkyrie data is supposed to be confidential.
盟友として
It is our duty
相手
to
に
share
必要な
necessary
情報を
data.
渡すの
We're
も
all
私たちの
allies
責
after
任
all.
です。
Durandal looked towards the far distance where the Hersher
彼
might
女
be.
たちがどこまでで
We
き
shall
るか。
see what they can do. So yeah, it is a Valkyrie. Then I wonder if there's 20 minutes because we had a Penacony tangent. I'm wondering then if the reason she's actively fighting it is because she's a Valkyrie. Because no one else was a Valkyrie when they first erupted. I don't think. May definitely wasn't. I don't think Wendy was because she, you know, her legs didn't work. I don't think they'd have made her Valkyrie. What chapter am I on? Oh. Wendy was a Valkyrie? That's weird. They made a paraplegic a Valkyrie? But Wendy also, like, very much wanted it to happen. So that might be different. She lost her legs after being implanted by the gem. Weird. I really wish they'd developed Wendy more. I was so excited for her. The sounds of breaking ice slabs reverberated throughout the city. A section of the ice wall then collapsed with a deep, resounding boom.
よし、
Good.
こ
We
れで
finally
障
got
害
through
は
this
片付い
barrier.
たな。
Beep.
この通
Incoming
信は
call from Shikto.
ヨルムンガンドの皆さん
Greetings, World Serpent. I'm Valkyrie Albert here from the Immortal
あなた
Blades.
隊長の命令に
My
従い
squad leader
鮮明な調査情報を
ordered me to share what Shixel has found so
デュ
far.
ランダルの命令
Durandal ordered you to share things with us.
続けてください
Tell us
ど
what
ん
you
な情報
found.
ですかはい
Hey, I'm uploading the data right now.
これは
Well, yeah, okay, that's clearly the person that we just saw. Hold on, I gotta fill up my water. Playoff stories are just super unique, I feel like. There's nothing quite like them. Even this, which is like I would say the most generic of the three. It's got enough uniqueness to it that I don't think there's anything really like it. I'm really interested to see what they're gonna cook with ZZZ.
調査の結果によると
Finding should
こ
form
ちら
a
のあなた
Valkyrie
バ
and a
ルキリー
Shariak
こそが
is the Hersher of
今
this
回
eruption.
崩壊でた
天命のバルキリーが
Shixel Valkyrie.
私たちも驚いてま
We're
した
surprised as well. But this is what actually happened. Why are you surprised, though? Like, actually. actually, why are you surprised? Schicksal took the second Hersher, and when they re-erupted, they were under Schicksal control. They took in the third Hersher, who then, I guess, didn't erupt under their control, but still, apparently the fourth Hersher was a Schicksal Valkyrie. Why are we surprised? The Schicksal's all about the Hershers. You're surprised as well, but this is what actually happened. Ash Shariak was made the squad leader of Snow Lotus last year. The squad was garrisoned at Coral Island. She became a Hersher during the eruption. Wait. She became a Hersher during the eruption? I thought the eruptions were caused by the Hershers. Like, Hershers erupting is the awakening, isn't it? Or does an eruption... Are eruptions separate from the Hersher? I thought it was a Hersher awakening that causes eruptions. Time records show that she tried to fight the Hersher, but failed. The Honkai, but failed. Hana left after killing the other Valkyries. We believe she still held on to a threat of her humanity at the time. And that's why she sealed herself in ice. We also found frozen areas with high levels of Honkai at the site of the Hersher's birth. An eruption is a huge burst of energy that creates an imaginary singularity. Then when the singularity is gathered into a core, it becomes a Hersher. Okay. Okay. So a Hersher eruption... Okay. That makes sense. The eruption is the creation of the Hersher. It's not... I thought it was the other way around, that a Hersher awakening caused the eruption. That... I feel like a lot of Kiana's... No, because I guess Kiana was already a Hersher, and her coming back into being the Void was what caused all the stuff, yeah. If it was Siren's eruption, her guilt would be misplaced. But no, because she just reawakened as the Hersher of the Void. Kind of becomes a domino effect because Hershers can create a... Okay. Got it. That makes sense. We've yet to discern her exact powers, but we're calling the fifth Hersher as the Hersher of Ice. We've personally experienced the powers of the Hersher of Ice. Does that mean you fought the Hersher already? Only briefly. She managed to escape. She can create razor-sharp ice shots and unleash devastating freezing blasts. A true nuisance. Yeah. No, I get you. It's always hard with these things when Streamer Man is asking a question and you're like, I have the answer to that question. It's a spoiler. Find a way to neutralize her. And instead, I'll tell my squad leader about that. Thank you for your assistance. Well, and because they were able to... Like, they were able to determine that an eruption, or that a Hersher awakening was coming. They were talking... I believe it was Anna talking to Otto, though, that was saying that it was going to happen. So it being her feels planned to me. But that might be my memory being wrong. I'm in a very interesting place playing this game where I'm playing it once a week, so I'm not playing it directly in a row enough. And I have the other games I'm playing, so I forget things even though they were a week ago. but also like I'm not playing it with long enough gaps that I'm like talking to people and analyzing it like you would be on release. So I'm in the perfect place of forgetting important information. I'm not playing it quick enough to remember things, and I'm not playing it slow enough to forget things or to remember things. Very much appreciated. I can see us working together again in the future. Raven smiled. The Valkyrie at the other end of the video call appeared to be pleasantly surprised. Alright, Godspeed and good luck. Raven switched off the comm monitor. Her expression grew somber as she studied the frozen city.
顔を変えるのが早いな。
You change your expression really fast.
ビジネススマイルだ。
It's just part of the job.
何せ
We're
今は盟
allies
友だか
after
ら
all.
な。
行くわよ。
We need to keep moving. We need to keep moving and end this crisis as soon as
その
possible.
通りだ。
You're right. Owl studied the skyline of the stricken city. The disaster had begun to spread once more.
時間はそうないみたいだ。
We're running out of time. I didn't start playing this game until the arc immediately after this one, so I don't have the benefit of contemporary discourse for this arc. It is... I find that, like, engaging with fandom for stuff is both a blessing and a curse. Because it really lets things, like, settle in your mind, and you, like, have the time to take in what happened. But also, people are so insufferable sometimes. And people are also wrong a lot of the time. Something interesting about this arc is that they were 100% planning for Star Rail at this point because they have a couple random things in side contents that show they were thinking of space elevators. This is also when they released... Oh, this is... Wait! They released Alien Space here? When did they put out a post-Honkai Odyssey? Because I know people are really mad about a post-Honkai Odyssey because they released the epilogue before they released the ending of the story. A post-Honkai Odyssey is early 2020? That's crazy. That's insane. But yeah, I could see them, like, Star Rail being... at least in concept phase at this point. I don't think it would have been, like, even really early development. It would have been planning. They kind of screwed themselves over by making a post-Honkai Odyssey, but they're slowly making their way over to it. They're still not there? What do you mean they're still not there? I did start a post-Honkai Odyssey. In, 2 years when we get to the end of part 1, I think we'll play through it actually. Which will be interesting. I have also gotten yelled at this, but like Adam from a post-Honkai Odyssey also looks like the male trailblazer. So I could see that being the time in which they were entering concept phasing. At least at this point in the story, they were already interested to use a train, have Welt be a main character, and they had a design for Star Rail Himiko. That's interesting. The Herrscher is moving towards the Coral Business District. The sensors we set up in the city were disabled. The last batch of data we received showed that the Herrscher spawned numerous beasts along her path. That actually then lends credence to what I was saying last time, where I wonder if there is a plan for the Honkai to be connected to Ix, the Aeon of Nihility. If they were planning it at this point. In a lot of ways, the post-Honkai Odyssey was designed as a testbed for Genshin Star Rail. I can definitely see that. It's much more similar to Genshin areas than the rest of this game is. And then story-wise, obviously, it's a direct connection to Star Rail. These beasts are creating extremely cold areas that would kill ordinary humans. We must destroy these beasts to approach our target.
しかし、
Even if
た
we
とえ
can
律
get
者
closer
に
to the
近づけた
Herrscher,
としても、
we need a better plan or she'll just run away again.
その通り。
Indeed. The scepter of the dwarf will be crucial to our plan.
それは一体どういう
Can
も
you
のなの
explain what that device really is?
簡単に言うと
Simply
律者
put,
コア
the
に対
scepters
す
are
る制
limited
限
set to
装
throw
置
up the
だ。
Honkai. Excuse me. Simply put, scepters are limited set to throw up the Honkai energy output of a Hersher's core.
ジャッカルの説明によると
Jackal said they do this by
律者コアと
introducing
虚数
interfering
空間を
twists
つな
in
ぐ
the
通
link
路を
between the core and
一時
imaginary
的に歪ま
space.
せ律者を殺さずに
In other
大
words,
幅
the
に律
scepters
者
can
の行動
severely
を制
limit the
限でき
Hersher's
るってわ
actions
けだ。
without killing her.
通常そういった
Usually,
束
these
縛の
limiters
継
won't
続
last
時間は
long.
長く持た
This
ない
will
が
really wound and weaken the
あなた
Hersher
が
device
先に
first.
氷黄泉の杖の継続
The
時間
effects
は
might last
大
long
幅
enough
に
for us to
長
bring the
くなり
Hersher to our sire, who'd then
律
seal
それ
her.
によって律者は仮死
If
状
the
態
power
に
is
入り
gone, the Hersher would enter into a
植物
coma
状
and
態に
become a
なる。
harmless vegetable. Yeah, because that has
すま
worked
な
so
い
great before.
律者のあなたにとっては
Sorry.
残
This
酷
said
な
might
話だっ
sound
た。
cruel, especially to a Hersher like you. I will apologize to May, but it was Raven who
残
replied.
酷？
Cruel.
お前はい
Since
つか
when
ら
did
そ
you
んな優
become a
しくな
kind
った？
person?
ただ
We
俺
do
た
have
ち
a
の周
Hersher
りに
in our
も
team, though.
律者
構わないわ。
All right.
それが唯一の
If
方
that
法
is the
なら
only way, I'll do whatever it takes to finish my task.
それなら早く作戦を決めよ
Right then.
う。時
Let's
間が
plan
経
for
つ
the
ほ
next
ど
battle.
俺たちの
Any
状況は
delays
不利
would
に
only
なる
make
から
things
な。
worse for us.
正面からの攻撃はメイに
May
任せ
will
てい
take
い
her
だ
head
ろう。
on. We'll engage her in the ways that we're proficient in.
あ
Yeah,
あ、俺も
I'll
そう考
agree to
え
that.
てる。
Al added more fuel to the camp stove, perhaps to ward off
ま
the
ず
cold.
律者の位置
We
を
must
特定
first
する必
locate the
要がある。
Hersher.
崩壊エネルギーと寒波の
Honkai
二重
energy
干
and
渉のせい
freezing
で
winds have disabled our
大半の
senses.
偵察手段
We
は
can
効
only
かなく
rely
な
on
った。
unassisted vision.
私は成功点を探して
I'll
律者
find
の
an
位置
elevated
を特
position
定
to
し、
find the target and
その
provide
後
you
お
with
前た
long-range
ちに遠
support.
隔し、
律者を発見した
Once we
後、
locate the Hersher,
俺
I'll
は
set
黄
up a
泉の
trap
杖
with the
を
scepter
罠
of
と
the
して設
Blot.
置し、
May will then
あ
lure
な
the
たが
target
律者
into
を
this
罠の
trap.
方に。
May nodded with
し
approval.
かし、あの律者
The
は
Hersher used to
訓
be a
練
highly
された
trained
バルキリー
Valkyrie.
だろう。
A human might
この
easily
作
see
戦
through
は
this
少し
trap.
簡
それは彼女がまだ
Only
人
if she
間として
were,
の意
only
識
if
を
she
保
were
ってい
human.
たらの話
In our
だ。
last battle, she couldn't even talk
しか
and was
し、
driven by a
今まで
destructive
の戦闘を
instinct.
見る
彼女の状態はとて
She's
も
a
特
unique
殊。
case. May looked at the fire in the stove and recalled what Dr. Einstein said about
あの
Hershers.
バルキリー。
That ex-Valkyrie's
体は完
body
全
may
に
be
侵
thoroughly
食されてい
corrupted,
るけど、
but her mind
心
may
はま
still
だ
be
崩
resisting
壊
its
を拒んでい
influence.
るわ。自我と律
She
者
appeared
意
to be
識。
mindless only because she was still
どちらも
fighting the
体の
Hersher's
主導権を
persona
握れ
for
ていない
control
か
over her body.
ら、もし彼女の人格
If the
が
Hersher
完全に
persona
崩
had
壊に
won,
屈してい
we
れば
wouldn't be seeing that. We wouldn't be seeing that instead.
彼女は
She's still
まだ
fighting the
崩壊と
Honkai.
戦ってるのか。
しかし、
But we cannot
私たちは
afford the
作戦
cost of
失敗のリ
failure.
スト。とにかく、今は行動に適した絶好のタイミングだ。
It's the best moment to
作戦
strike.
に意義が
If
ない
we
な
all
ら
agree
出
to the
発しよう。
plan, we should get started right away.
ライデン・メイ、あなたは
May,
渡りガラスに
Cover
協
Raven
力
as
して
she moves to her
成
elevated
功点を
position.
探してくれ。
Saying the trap will take a while.
ええ、わかったわ。
Let's go.
行動開始。
Warm. Get me in the stove for one. What if I don't want to? A Hersher has no need for wands.
吠えなさい。栗から。
Rawr!
と両断。
What?
行動開始。
Oh.
行きましょう。
Did I kill it in activating the ult? That's unfortunate. If I'd have known that, I'd have saved it. Ow. Fuck you.
吠えなさい。栗から。
Get dragoned on, nerd. I love dragon vomiting on people.
すごいな。
So cold.
メイ、 ちょっと話に付き合
Take me to
え。
this.
でないと凍っ
Talk
て
to
し
me
まい
to
そ
make
うだ。
this cold bearable.
そんな格好だからでし
Why
ょ。
didn't you dress for the occasion?
これは特製の
My
作戦
specialized
服。
combat suit can tolerate their
防寒機
temperatures,
能はあるの
but I
だ
never
が、
expected a tropical
まさ
island
か
to be
赤
this
道で
cold. That bright owl opted to stay in the stove to keep
きっ
himself
と寒
warm.
いのが嫌だから
He's that
理由をつけて
type of guy.
かがり。
彼のことに
You seem to know him pretty well.
当然さ。
Well, he used to be a target
奴
listed
は
in a
かつて
contract I
私
took.
の奴との出会いは戦場だっ
We
た。
met in battle. I was the first to take down an organization known as the
会という
Thousand
アジアの
Fists.
組織
He
で
was their hired muscle.
仕事の関係で
We
奴と
fought
い
each
ろい
other
ろ
on
ぶつか
multiple
り合ったが、
occasions, but I always
当
won.
然あの時の奴も今み
He
たい
hardly
に
changed. Didn't
たと
even
え
blink or
刀を
care when
首
a
に
blade
当て
was
られ
placed
て
on
も
his neck.
面白い奴だと思
I
った。
found him pretty interesting, so I let him go
だか
after
ら
destroying the
先見会を
Thousand
潰した
Fists and
時、
recommended him to our
や
side.
再び会った時には
He was already an officer when I
奴は
saw
も
him
う幹
again.
部になっ
I
てい
received
た。
a reward for my recommendation.
だらしない奴だが、
I thought he looked, though he looked sloppy, he has the skills needed to
いつ
solve
も
problems
最も効
efficiently.
率的。ハイヘビの言葉を借りるな
Grey
ら、
Serpent likes to call him an
奴は
effective
高
tool.
校、まあ、
But I
私
never
に言わせ
figured
る
out
と、
what's going on
奴
in
を
his
戦
head.
友として見る
That's
のはお
why I
すす
don't
め
like
しな
having
い。
him on my side.
構わないわ。
Doesn't matter.
彼が自
I
分の
just
任
need
務を
him to
果
get
た
the
して
job
くださ
done.
い。
さっ
That's so
ぱりし
very
てるわ。
nice of you.
雑談はここまでにして、そろそろ先に進むわよ。
Enough talk for now. Let's push
わ
on.
かってる。
Understood.
お前
You
の言う
lead.
通りにする
I'll
としよう。
follow.
そうだ。お
Speaking
前
of
はま
which,
だ幹
you
部コー
haven't
ドを
given
持ってい
yourself
な
an
いのか。
officer's code name.
ええ。
No, I didn't.
早く自分でつけた
I
方がいい。
advise you to think of one
で
ASAP,
ないと
or
ジャッ
Jackal
カル
will
が
be the
勝
one
手につ
giving
け
you
るからな。
names.
そんなの嫌だろ。
You don't want that to happen, right? The city center was overrun by glacial formations. Raven stood atop a tower to get a full view of the district. She was here before. Coral used to be an exclusive retreat for the rich, but it had become an ice-locked
こ
tomb.
こなら見晴らしがいい。
A perfect
観
position
測
for an
点としてふ
observer.
さわしいな。
Gives me a clear view of everything. Raven assumed a prone position. Her divine key created an array of glowing indigo patterns. Raven looked through these patterns to transform her view into a set of overlapping blocks. The device gave Raven superphysical sight that goes beyond the third dimension and revealed everything to her.
見つけた。
Found
距
her.
離は7400ヤー
Distance
ド。目標は現在、
7,400 yards
都市中
in the
心の
garden
軌
at
道
the
と
base
仮
of the
想の
space
ガーデン
elevator
に
in
い
the
る。
city.
移
In
動
the city
する気
center.
配はない。
Target is not
リ
moving.
ツ社の監視は任せたわ。
Keep your eyes on her.
安心しろ。
No
お
problem.
前は
Go
早
meet
く
up
フク
with
ロウと
Owl.
合流。
May leaped off the tower roof and disappeared into the freezing mist. Thunder cracked and lightning flashed in the distance. Raven only saw a faint trail of her passage. Her ship powers can really make things so much easier. Yeah, but it also kind of sucks. At the other side of the city, Owl heard the distant rumbling of thunder. He closed his eyes and counted the seconds. May appeared next to him before he could reach 30.
渡りガラスがリツ社の位置を
Raven
捕
found
捉
the
した。
Hersher. Are you
そっち
ready?
で
Owl waved the scepters in his hand and placed them in his pockets.
ああ、出
Gotta
発し
do
よう。
this.
行動開始。
Oh, I am actually getting hypothermia. I thought, because I'm a Hersher, I'd be immune to it. Roar! Really? I can get hypothermia when I'm on a dragon? Lame. Wham! Yeah. I can't believe they actually had the dragon spine mechanics ready to go. Yeah, about the time they were testing for dragon spine. Yep. May and Owl braved the freezing winds in silence as flakes of frost brushed off their combat suits. The environment became colder as they approached the Hersher of ice. Owl's outfit, however, was frozen stiff. Even May in her Hersher form could sense the cold. You should head back if you feel unwell. It will only get colder. No ordinary human could withstand such temperatures. May stopped and looked into the distance. Give me the scepters and I'll handle the Hersher on my own. So what are you thinking? Well, thanks for being concerned. But I'm not as frail as you think. Owl unbuttoned his outfit and revealed the body that laid underneath. What? The cold won't affect me. 74% of my organs are cybernetic. These clothes are just for show. Did the serpent do this to you? I wanted them to do this to me. I'm not like you. I lack innate Honkai resistance or stigmata. It's the only way to survive. What happened to you? It's about the Honkai event that took place 2 years ago. It left my body with severe injuries. I joined the serpent to find and heal. Join the serpent to find a way to heal the wound. The search only added to the hopelessness. There was only one solution. Abandon my ailing biological body. Instead. That sounds nice. I think most humans should do this. That's why I'm fighting for the serpent. Funny, isn't it? There's nothing wrong with you fighting for your own survival. Thank you. That's what I think as well. Robot people are cool. If I were human, I'd want to be a robot purple. Purple? A robot purple. Yep, that's what we're sticking with. The Heart of Coral was home to an ambitious space elevator project that became a symbol of the city. The elevator also represented progress. It was to be the launch pad for a new era of space exploration. But disaster struck and transformed the incomplete elevator project into a Hersher's lair. May, you're entering the Coral elevator base. The Hersher is hidden in the gardens. She's remained silent and unmoving. We'll stick to the plan. I'll engage her. I need 10 minutes to set the trap and send you the coordinates. Send you the coordinates when I'm done. I'll do what I can if you need help. I think in early HSR development, they intended the Astro Express to launch from Coral City. I could see that if they were... That would also explain why the Honkai name is still attached to it. Because Star Rail, as it is now, is almost wholly disconnected from HI3. But, Welt obviously is the connection. But if they intended it to be, just a spin-off for Welt initially, it would make sense to be more connected to HI3 than it is now. One more thing, the scepters have a short fuse. Act fast and lure the Hersher to the right place. In early development, HSR was supposed to be Honkai 4 Galaxia. That makes sense. I absolutely can see that. And then somebody watched Kamen Rider Den-O and went, trains are cool. And trains are cool. The train is the best part of Den-O. That's not true. The characters in Den-O are really good. It's just the show does not have a story. And that was why I didn't really enjoy it. Genshin was also supposed to be the Honkai 4. MiHoYo can't count to 4. I like them turning Genshin into, its own thing. I do find it really funny that it's just Genshin in other countries. It's not Genshin Impact. The Impact is just for the branding in America. Or, well, in English. If that's true, I wonder if ZZZ was always positioned as its own thing, or if it originally was going to be connected to HI3 more than it. I don't know that it is at all. The only connection I can really find or so far, at least with the pre-release stuff, is one of the factions is called Bellabog Heavy Industries. Why can I target that if I can't walk to it? It wants me to go over here. What the, can you pick a place for me to need to go to? They didn't expect Genshin to eclipse HI3 in popularity, which is why I took the episode of Impact. I really do find it so funny how salty HI3 fans get that Genshin is more popular than HI3. Like, HI3 fans are so mad that HI3 is the least popular Hoyo game. There's no way I'll freeze on a dragon, right? DZZ, I think, really started as its own project. Previously, MiHoYo was testing out a first-person shooter called Project X, which was scrapped. That's interesting. I mean, at this point, I'll play anything Hoyo makes, but I don't know that I'd want an FPS from Hoyo. And yes, when I say I'll play anything by Hoyo, I do mean anything. I did play a bit of Tears of Themis. And if they ever put it on the, give it a PC client, I probably will try to play it again. I unfortunately am not allowed to have games on my phone anymore because Star Rail is too big. I will hopefully get a new phone with more storage at some point, at which point I will probably get into a bunch of other games because I'll be able to read them, not at my computer. Target the big fuck off crystal, come on. I kinda hate this fight. But why was it telling me to break the other ice crystals? Frozen Garden was rent by a raging vortex of Honkai ice and thunder. The two powers clashed, burnt, and crushed each other, and destroyed everything within sight. No physical law or rule of engagement could describe the ruthless nature of battles of a Honkai. Raiden Mei, the trap is ready. Lure the target to the indicated coordinates. With that, Mei transformed into a bolt of lightning, flying through gaps in the ice towards the indicated position. A cold stream tailed the indigo wake of lightning, sprouting blossoms of razor-sharp ice to shred its prey. Bolts of energy penetrated the mist. From miles away, Raven sniped and shattered the deadly obstacles for Mei. Have arrived at the target location. Affirmative.
律者の経路
I've
を
confirmed that the
確
Hershers. I've confirmed the Hershers path,
保
activating the
4
scepters
の
of
杖を
Dwat.
起動
Wrapped in a sub-zero mantle, the Hersher of Ice hurtled towards May. The Lightning Queen readied
黒
herself.
今
How? Now is the time! The response was unexpected silence.
黒
HI3 just lacks the accessibility and production value needed to be a mass appeal game. Its narrative is impenetrable to casuals by design, so it will never really grow in an exponential way, but it will always stand as a reflection of the true Hoyo. HI3 is genuine with self-default. Chapter 9 onward, I think the story is really good. I think you could definitely get people into it from then on. Before that it sucks. And yeah, no, the more recent battle suits, like here I'm starting to enjoy it, but I think it is very much a mobile game that is on PC rather than Star Rail and Genshin, which are games that happen to be on phones. It's a very, very clunky game. And I think ZZZ is going to show what HI3 would be if they would update it. Which I kind of wish they would. I wish they would just, like, remake HI3 or make an HI3 anime. Because I'm really enjoying the story of it. But I really think it would benefit from not being the game that it is.
これは夜の罪
What?
いけない
メイ、何があった？
May, what's happening?
誰だ？
Oh, Owl's just straight up betraying this.
クロウ、
Oh,
この野郎。
yes. Yeah, I've played a bunch of modern suits in tutorial things. They're more fun. My thing is, like, I really like playing Genshin and Star Rail as games, and I enjoy, what they are. I'm enjoying HI3 despite the game. Like, I am enjoying the game itself. It's not abysmal. It's not an abysmal experience anymore. But, like, for how long it takes you to get a suit that is even remotely fun, yeah, I don't blame people for not playing it. I also know that it is the most, like, oppressive gacha. Or, like, if you don't get a new character and their weapon, they're useless, and will get power crept within, like, 2 weeks. That's obviously an exaggeration. But I know it's a lot more egregious than in Genshin or Star Rail. Meanwhile, Shixel Valkyries barricaded all passages along the outskirts of Coral. Honkai Beast's forged device hurled themselves at the defenses. The true disaster had only just begun.
デュランダル様
Master
現在サンゴ
Durandal,
島は
the
天
weather is
候が
becoming
非常に
unstable.
不安定
The
で
cold Honkai
崩
stream
壊
is
に
turning
よる
into a
寒波が
cataclysmic
強いハ
storm.
リケーン
Rita's face was somber with apprehension as she looked on at the darkening
早々に律
skies.
者を倒さないと
We must neutralize the Hership before she disrupts the tropical climate system
赤道付近の気候に重度の影響を与え
and create a global disaster.
アルビトルさん、ヨルムンガ
Salvatierra,
ンドの進
how
捗
are
は
the
どうなっていま
serpents
す
doing?
か？
Well, it's just as Adjutant Rita has said, the storm is kind of commonly. From the last message we received, the serpents seem to be engaged the Hersher. But I think they ran into a few problems. The serpent officer named Owl betrayed them. And I also found something odd while studying Anna Shariak's files. With a beep, Alvatir switched the comm display to show yet another file.
このものは
Who is this guy? A survivor whom I found in one of Anna Shariak's mission debriefing files, so obviously this is Owl. Tianmu Shen. Tianmu Shen. Male. Anna saved him during the Honkai event that took place in Asia 2 years ago. Okay, so he doesn't want Anna to be hurt. As Mr. Shen happens to be the serpent officer named the serpent officer Owl whom I just
ヨル
mentioned.
ムンガンドの幹部が
So the serpent officer met Anna before. Something doesn't look right.
どうやら
We
私
should
た
move
ち
at
は
once. Squad leader, shouldn't we wait for comlinks to be back online? We should report this to
立つリス
HQ.
クが大きすぎます
We can't
私
risk
たちに
waiting.
は時間
We
があ
don't
り
have
ま
the
せん
time. That's
今
right.
は私た
We
ちが
now have
判
to
断
act
しないと
according
い
to
け
our
ませ
best
ん
judgment.
そういえばアルビトルさん
Alvatir, you
通
mentioned
信
that
が
the
つながら
comlinks
な
were
いと
cut.
いうのに
How did
ど
you
うや
get
って
the
で
data? Yeah, it's part of being the official tool. I feared this might happen, so I kept the local backup. This is
アル
suspicious.
ビトルさん勝手にデ
Making
ータをコピー
unauthorized
する
copies
こ
of
とは
data is a
規
serious
則違反
defense,
ですよ
Alvatir. What? But I've only done it in case of emergencies.
リタ
Rita,
バルキリー
I'm
部隊
giving
の
you temporary
指揮官
command of the Valkyries.
私はリツヤの状
I'm
況を確
headed
認
in to
して
check
き
the
ます
Hersher.
お一人で行かれるのですか
ここも同じ重要な
Our
戦場
positions
で
here are
す
just as important.
戦況
I
の
need
コ
you
ントロ
to
ール
lead the
にはあなた
defenses
が
and keep
必
the
要とな
Honkai
り
at
ます
bay.
もしヨルムン
Of
ガンダが
course.
何かを
And
企
I'll
んでい
be
るようでした
decisive.
ら私が決断を下します安心してください
I feel like these were supposed to be switched. I feel like this one was supposed to come first. Or there's a line missing here. The of course does not make sense here. No, be decisive. Step try anything
どう
funny.
かお
Please
気を
be
つけく
careful
だ
out
さい
there.
ませ
Yeah, no, this was supposed to come first.
ここは
Or
任せま
not.
した
I don't. I think people make power creep out to be more than it is. I mean, that's probably true. People think there's power creep in Star Rail. Like, yes, Acheron's strong, but she's not like significantly stronger than Donil or Jingliu. And Firefly, in her full package, is probably the strongest thing in Star Rail right now. But like I was doing stuff in Divergent Universe, if you don't have those people for Firefly, she's awful. Like I was doing a run where I only had Firefly and Gallagher up because Ron May and the Trailblazer died, and she couldn't do any damage. Like I don't, people don't know what power creep is, but I don't know, I've always heard, even before recent times, that like HA3 has pretty bad power creep. But especially Hoyo fans don't know what power creep is. The talk about it in Genshin is also stupid with how many 1.0 characters still get used. But then they'll try the other thing where it's like, well, only 1.0 4-stars are good, which also isn't true. Like, Yao Yao exists. And there's others, just Yao Yao is one that I use all the time. The frost-covered street, this is going back to what I was saying earlier. There's a lot of stuff, there's a lot of really good things you get from engaging with fandom for stuff like this, and then also people are wrong and annoying. Frost-covered street was traced through by a dark trail The frost-covered street was traced through by a dark trail, as though a line was drawn across a sheet of paper. May was the place where the line ended and stopped before the ice. She swung her blade against the frozen barrier. She was alone in this bleak whiteness. She parried the Ice Hersher's attack and slowly restored powers that were drained by the Scepters of Dwat. Raven. Oh, do you copy? May tried calling her fellow allies on her comm device, but there was nothing but silence. She pieced the evidence together and realized that they all pointed towards the impossible. She coalesced the Honkai energy and restored her Hersher powers. She must find the Hersher of Ice and uncover the ultimate truth. Man, the beta discourse around Firefly really was the just most annoying thing all around. I'm so glad that like Firefly's just out now and people can shut up. Because Because it didn't matter what was actually happening. There were people both like screaming that like, oh, she was awful, oh, she's too strong, oh, how dare she exist as a character, oh, she's the best thing ever. Like, it was just insufferable. Her dormant comm device came to life. Raven spoke weakly through it. Raven, what's happened? Oh, he betrayed us. Owl, why? I don't know. He used scepter on you, then stabbed me in the back. He took my divine key, but he can't use your ordained powers without authentication. Are you alright? To be honest, I feel terrible. He used some form of neurotoxin on me. Don't waste time helping me. You must chase him down. Don't let him escape with that Hersher. Take care of yourself, Raven. I'll go after the Hersher. May, I have another piece of bad news for you. Durandal. He's headed to your position right now. That's not actually bad news, though. Like, she is coming to help us. Well, I probably wouldn't want Durandal heading my way if I was a Hersher. I'm sorry. Wait, did one of them hit me in the frozen time? Is that why I was frozen? Oh, hi May. Durandal. Raiden May. Are you still in fighting shape? Of course I am. Then follow me. We don't have much time to waste. Let's go. The lay was silent and lifeless. Even time itself seemed to have frozen over. The Hersher of ice hovered around the fountain. Her intents and feelings were hidden by a dark veil. Though she had just fought the Lightning Queen, the Ice Hersher appeared to be extremely calm. She was expecting something. The man approached her from a distance, may know the answer, approaching her from a distance. The joints of Owl's metallic skeleton creaked as he stiffly walked across the icy garden. He called out to her name as he staggered towards the Hersher. We meet again, Anna. The ice began to shift. The Hersher slowly raised her head. Her gaze rested upon his frost-covered face. She hovered towards him. The frozen beds of flour melted, allowing time to flow once more. I did not expect us to meet again like this. Ah! The Hersher issued a harsh and unintelligible murmur. A lament of sorrow and regret. Owl took out a glittering pendant from his pocket. The pendant gave off a warm glow that contrasted against his cold metallic body. Anna. You still remember this pendant, Anna? You still have the other half? If you lose it, you were always the careless one. It's the one that Durandal picked up earlier. He looked at the Hersher and gave a bitter smile. It's just another trinket. Doesn't matter if you remember it or not. I'll fulfill my promise. Have no fear. No matter what happens today, I'll be at your side. I owe you my life, and I shall gladly sacrifice it for your sake. There was determination in his soft words. Owl then extended his hand to touch her cheeks. The Hersher did not flinch. His trembling mechanical manipulators brushed against her face. Though his robotic extremities were insensitive to temperature, and she had lost her tactile senses. The touch sent a ripple that resonated within both of them. Anna, I know you're still holding on. Please remember who you are. Don't let Honkai consume your heart. Stay out of my way, Hersher of Thunder. Evade the blast from the third divine key. Yeah. Do we know what divine keys are yet? I've read from some of the manga. I know they're made from like Hersher energy. I think they're made from like old Hersher cores. I'm not fully sure, but like they've definitely in the mangas that I'm following a guide on what to read. They've definitely explained it. Why can't I switch to May? Did May fucking die? I guess so. What? Oops. Nope. Nope. So the third key would be equal to the third Hersher. Yeah, okay. Ow. Ow. I mean, like, I know I wasn't watching my health, but I still want to know how I died in May. I switched out of her. Hello, sir. May and Durandal breached the encirclement of Honkai beasts and came before Owl and the Ice Hersher. Oh, you know what you were doing. Of course I do. I will save Anna and free her from the shackles of Honkai. She'll be human once more. I know what the World Serpent has in store for her. You refuse to give me a chance. I have no other choice. What do you mean I refuse to give you a chance? May would have talked to you. However, you proved to me that Hersher powers can be mastered right in May. I will help Anna do the same. Owl took the Hersher of Ice by her hand. Powerful blizzard engulfed them at once. You're not going anywhere! Durandal leapt into action and became a blue comet that streaked into the sky. Yeah, like... every Hersher at this point has been sentient. Like, I know reason's different, but both Welts, Siren was in full command of her faculties. She just wanted revenge. Kiana, the Hersher of the Void was just Siren's personality, and then Kiana got it back in control. Wendy, when she awoken because it was what she wanted, was still Wendy. May was like never not in control of herself. Yes, there was another Hersher personality, but it like went to sleep or immediately by choice, and then gave itself over to May. Like, I don't know why the idea is that Hershers are mindless beasts. The first Hersher is the most in control of it. Like, being afraid of them, sure, I get that, but I don't know. This seems like because okay, so obviously there were the original Hersher from the 50,000 years ago, right? And maybe we're like pulling information from that for it, but I don't know why it's such a held belief when before like 2 weeks ago there were 2 Hershers, even both of which were in full control of themselves, that Hersher are like mindless evil entities. They seem to just be the person in that it erupted from with power. There is a harsher personality, so maybe it does pull them more into into aggression or negative emotions. But there's no, I don't know, there's no grounding for it to be, oh, they're monsters. It's definitely because they're pulling from historical information. Okay. Even with historical information, the one we saw last time, Sakura's sister, that has the manga for, only became vengeful after she was killed. It's definitely interesting, and something that I'm wondering if there's auto spreading, like, intentional misinformation, because I feel like a lot of things that have been said from Shixel about Honkai and Hershers don't actually make sense, and Otto's been in control of it for so long, and his only goal is to revive Colin, that it could totally just be that he's spreading misinformation on purpose. But that wouldn't explain the serpents believe, although the serpents don't believe that, actually. No, I mean, well, Owl does, but he was also quick to swap to it. But Jackal didn't, because that was part of why she was so interested in, like, experimenting on Kiana. But also, I guess the serpents could be corrupted by the hatred that Kevin has for them. How much do you know about Kevin? I know that Kevin was, I don't know if they were married or if they were just dating, but was involved with Dr. May. I know he's from 50,000 years ago. I know he is the survivor of 50,000 years ago, and I know he really, really doesn't like the Honkai because he's mad that they killed his entire civilization. That's essentially it at this point. We've only had a few flashbacks. I think you're on the right tracks. Those elements will come together in time. Cool. It's just like, if this were pre-Chapter 9 writing, I would just think it's like, okay, whatever, it's inconsistent. But the writing has gotten to a point that it is consistent enough that this feels intentional, that this is what I should be thinking here. Duranda leapt into action and became a blue comet that streaked into the sky. May was rooted to her spot. Her heart was filled with twisting vines of conflict, indecision, and doubt. Also, part of it, I think, is these themes are very prevalent in Kamen Rider. Specifically 01, which is one of the ones that I'm watching right now. And I've watched so many Kamen Riders that this is stuff that I, like, go to really quickly. May was rooted to her spot. Her heart was filled with twisting vines of conflict. Oh, I read this. I'd even say some of the early game strangeness eventually cycles around to being substantial with eventual perspective. I bet that is they intentionally made it that, not that they were necessarily planning it in the beginning, but that they're like, hey, we should maybe pull some of this and make the early game not weird. But that's good to know. Many nights had passed since May left her at Nagazora. She knew she had to decide eventually. May convinced herself that it was all for her. She did it to foil her destiny. Indeed, those were the reasons. She must do whatever it takes to seal the Hersher of Ice. Okay, and this goes back to, I did a little bit of my opinions on May as a character early on. This is interesting, because this is something that May does not want to do. In probably any other scenario, May would be trying to help Owl. But because she's solely focused on, I have to save Kiana, she's going to do things that would go against her usual nature. And I like that. It makes this, like, her joining the Serpents really have weight to it. The blizzard howled as the eye of the storm swallowed the teetering space elevator. Durandal, even the agile warrior, held out against the Hersher in the deadly cold. The stalemate between the Valkyrie and the Hersher was suddenly shattered by a bolt of lightning. Raiden May glared at her foe. Though lacking the scepter's duat, she must find a way to seal her. She cannot afford to lose. I believe I have failed to convince you.
これ以上言っても無駄よ。
I will hear nothing
私は
more.
止められない。
I will not let you stop me.
ならばかかって
Then
こい
come and face me! Just as Owl prepared his weapon, a high-pitched scream was unleashed from the storm. If saving you is a sin, I'll gladly become a sinner. But May's really coming into her own here. I'm really happy with it. I can't attack yet. Fuck. What? What? Oh, it became a Honkai beast. Kumbakarna.
私の番ですね。
For sure they were riding the seat of their pants at the beginning. They try to say so in the documentary, but they carefully consider everything they establish and harmonize on the end. I really like that. That's kind of a lot of what makes One Piece so interesting. Where, if you go by, like, if you look at the interviews that Oda put out, and things that happened, like, early in One Piece, things have changed so much. And there are definitely some things that were planned, but he takes the things that he did in the beginning and reworks them into things. Like, Shanks definitely didn't use hockey in Chapter 1, but retroactively, that is the first use of hockey in the series. And I almost think effective, being able to write in that way effectively is better and shows like that you are a better writer than just having everything fully planned out from the beginning. Maybe I already noticed, but Hersher of Thunder's normal attack string is identical to the Raiden Shogun. Yes, I have very much noticed the similarities in that. They also pull a lot of her design elements and some of her attacks for the Maju Kenki, which I think is really cool. And then her charge attack is also very similar to Acheron's Burst. Like, obviously the clones don't come out, but the attack pattern itself is very similar. HO3 is MiHoYo's shonen story in a lot of ways. I can see that. Especially with, like, how much, and I don't mean this in a bad way, but how much simpler it is than Kenshin and Star Rail, in part because of the limitations of the game itself. And I think it works, honestly. Fuck, I'm bad at avoiding the ice attack. But yeah, May's arm thing, the Oni mask parts are used on the Maju Kenki. And I'm sure both of them are pulling from like a cultural thing in that. But I think that is also intentional, considering. I actually need to look at the background of the Kenki. I wonder if that was an early puppet attempt by A. This part of these fights is really annoying.
行きましょう。私の番ですね。かすり傷です。はっはっはっはっはっやっはっこちらです。はっはっかすり傷です。ついてきてかすり傷です。かすり傷です。はっはっこちらです。雷電のごとく
やめろ穴を傷つけるな
And he's dead. Oh, no, she actually did hit the Hersher.
キアナちゃん。
The shattered veil revealed a sight familiar to May. She resisted the storm of her emotions and readied her weapon for a strike. But Owl stood before her to stop the blade. Okay, so, is... Theory 1, May is just hallucinating it looking like Kiana? Theory 2, Anna is another one of the failed attempts at cloning Colin. Because we know at least 2 failed attempts at cloning Colin in Teresa and Kiana. As Kiana's not technically a failed attempt at cloning Colin, but it was all for that goal, you know what I mean? Really hectic to give Raiden a mission that parallels her desire to save Kiana? Absolutely. I don't think this one was intentional, though.
Raiden May.
You'll have to get through me first if you want to kill her. His severely damaged mechanical body fared poorly in the cold. Sparks flew from the failing circuitry. It would be cool if, like, that was represented here. Yet he refused to back down. It's really weird. No, okay, never mind. I was gonna say, I thought the quality was better on OBS than it was in the actual game, but I just kept looking when it's fading into this blurry mode. It's really interesting that the like cutscenes and art pieces are in low quality compared to the rest of the game. Probably not intentional. Oh, yes, definitely intentional on the part of the writers. I mean, like, Otto and Kevin. It wasn't intentional. Because they had no idea that this is how this would work out. On the writer's part, obviously intentional. May was taken aback. The decision that Otto had made was too familiar. God, they traded my life for hers! He saved my life, and I shall save hers in return. The man had made the exact same choice she did back then. I owe her my life, and I'll gladly die to protect her from you. What do you hold back, Raiden May? The comet streaked past, her lance aimed directly at Owl. And then a mighty storm erupted right in the middle of the battlefield. The Hersher's wail released a massive amount of energy stored within her core. May and Durandal held out against the frigid blast that swept over them. The entire island shook from the force. A giant glacial formation emerged from the elevator like a snow lotus in its full bloom. The freezing wave overwhelmed everything in sight. The Hersher of ice and Owl was nowhere to be seen. Owl supported the Hersher and trudged along in the stricken city. She spent all her powers to deliver that blast. They were 2 fragile flakes of snow that would break apart in any moment. Oh, the CG quality getting crunched is from the passage of time compressing older stuff more and more. It's a bit of a shame new stuff doesn't have crust in that way. For a while, they were really concerned about compressing size as much as possible, so to the detriment of the quality. That makes sense, because it was a mobile game. And Genshin and Star Rail have size problems on mobile. So that actually makes a lot of sense. I thought it was just... This being from 2020 means that, like, that wouldn't be an issue, but I was really, I really thought that for a while it was just because it was old. And like this was the quality of the time. Because especially, when you're playing stuff from 2013, that's kind of the expectation. But I didn't realize we were already in 2020 at this point. Man, they really sped up the pace on this game at some point, huh? There was only a single voice left in him.
Anna.
I'll do whatever it takes to help you survive this, Anna. I think their development paradigm changed after Genshin came out. It became significantly more desktop focused. Yeah, I mean, probably. Especially, like, because obviously Genshin, they went all in on it being desktop, and then, like, it also happens to work on mobile. It's very clear that it is supposed to be played on computer or PlayStation. They basically spent the first 2 years of HI3 just chilling at St. Freya and doing goofy stuff. Yeah, that was the feeling I got, and a lot of that, I don't know if it's been cut, but it definitely isn't a thing as much, which is kind of to the detriment of early stuff, because you're building up to chapter 9, and it feels like I should care more about these characters than I was. I mean, in a real time way, there weren't main. Oh no, yeah, that I like in event stories or new content or all the little things they do outside of the game. That's what I mean too. I didn't think there was a main story before chapter 9, or well, that isn't in the. How do I vocalize this? I'm sure there was a bunch of side stuff pre-chapter 9 that added to characterization that I, going through in the way that I am, don't get. That's why there's so much manga and external material and early story to supplement what they couldn't provide in the early days of development. It does suck that I have to have a guide up of what to read and when. I actually didn't read the stuff that I was supposed to for this week. What was it? Like London Vacation and another 10-hour visual novel. I never did read the anti-entropy visual novel. I got summaries of it, or some of it at least. It sucks how much of the don't read the VNs of someone who really likes them. Okay. The important things that I know from it is, and like the reason I want to is the AE one is what shows Joyce, and also is what tells you why Tesla and do I have to do 18EX4? That tell you why Tesla and Einstein are basically immortal. Or not immortal, but like don't age like Welt. Oh no, that was just the end of the chapter. It's way more intention to get to the meat, and then you can go back when you can. Yeah, no, I'm going through stuff like I'm reading through the manga like in the week between sessions, basically. Mostly. Just a lot of stuff has been coming out. I've been doing stuff in 14. I got a bunch of my friends back into Genshin, so we've been going through stuff on that. We had the nearly 12-hour stream to finish Unicorn Overlord. Hour keeps going out. Felt like a withered fruit buried in the ruined earth. There was no light in suffocating agony. This is the end. He did not accept this. He tried to move his hands. His fingers felt only cold, sharp pain. Bits of dirt and mud fell onto his face. Having exhausted himself, the man accepted his hopeless reality and closed his eyes. It was at that very moment when he heard a soft digging sound. Sound effects. Am I hallucinating? The sound grew louder. He opened his eyes. Light shone through a tiny crack high above him. Someone removed the heavy slab with a shout.
よかった生きているんですね
I found one. I found a survivor. Oh, thank goodness.
待ってて
Hold
今
on.
助けますから
I'll get you out of there at once. Yeah, she doesn't actually look that much like Kiana. I think May was just, like, hallucinating it. He saw the person who saved him. Her worried look was overtaken by a joyous relief. She removed more rocks and debris. The crack widened into a gap through which light poured onto his face. You have to be careful with that, because it could cave in more or cause crush syndrome.
助けてくれ。
His voice was weak, yet he found the strength to stretch out a trembling
安心
hand.
して絶
It's
対に
alright.
助けますから
I'll save you.
諦め
Don't give
ないで
up. Herder reminded me of her. You know what? Yeah, I can see it. It's not enough to be an XP, but like the eye color, the general shape of her. Yeah, I see it. Maybe when we get big Herda. I want a 5-star real body Herda so much. I also really want Skrullum to come out. But it's pretty much, it's all but officially confirmed that Skrullum originally was supposed to be Ratio. Ratio's kit was basically the kit that is currently Dr. Ratio's kit was originally Skrullum's kit that they then gave to Ratio to save Skrullum for later stuff. Which is not the first time that they did that. What Eula is in Genshin was originally supposed to be Shenhe's kit. Which is part of why Eula was such a, like, flashbang to the Genshin people when she came out. Grab my hand. I'll get you out of there. You could feel the warmth in her palm. A bit more. You can do it.
あとも
You saw her smile. Her beautiful face was highlighted by the sun and unfurled before him like a portrait
あ
painting.
りがとう。
Thank you. The light grew stronger. His vision blurred as her smile began to warp and twist. The world fell silent. There was nothing left except for a call echoing in the far distance.
ねえ起きて起きてください
Wake up! Please wake up!
お願い死なないで
Not now! Please don't die on me! Wake up! Memories faded and gave way to the stark reality. The first thing he saw was the Hersher beside him. She was silent. Anna's face was visible beneath the veil. She was as beautiful as he remembered. But the Hersher was as innocent and confused as a newborn child. Her gaze was bereft of human reason.
アナ、
Anna.
安心しろ。必ず君を助ける。
I'll get
俺
you
を
out of
信じて
here.
くれ。
Please have faith in me.
ああ、
Yes.
絶対に
I'll get you out of
君
this
をこ
place.
こから連れ出す。
I better hope that anti-entropy shows up to help. That's the only way I see them actually getting out of this. Coral, outskirts. The Immortal Blades Valkyrie Squad just entered a powerful
こ
blizzard.
れは
What was that?
副隊長
Adjutant, a low temperature blaster erupted in Coral Central. Honkai levels are off the charts.
今
The whole island is freezing over. This must be the Hersher's doing. Is our squad leader alright?
副隊長
What should we do, Adjutant? Should we send in our forces to help our squad leader? Rita looked towards the city center and saw Honkai bees hidden in the frozen
私たちに
mists.
は私たちの使
We
命
have
があ
our
る
orders. Master Durandal told us to hold the line, and that is what we shall do.
今私たちにできること
We
は
must have faith in Master Durandal and serve as her
彼
bulwark.
女の
Honkai!
急なる刃崩壊迎撃準備
Anti-entropy is busy with some nonsense in China at this moment. Boo! I am surprised they went, I guess not because it's May. But I thought we were gonna, like, cut to Kiana getting back with the group for this chapter. I'm kind of surprised they went to May first.
競争の主よ や
Man, Rita is consistently the most fun I've had as a character. Alert all units, hide yourself as soon as possible once you enter the target location. I thought we weren't going inside. Guys, I can't believe Arlecchino is a Rita XP because she uses the scythe. No one has ever said that, but it's just the, I've had that thought a few times. They're like, oh, look, it's the same weapon, it must be. People have definitely, I wouldn't be surprised if somebody has. I definitely have never actually heard it. But, it just... HI3 fans really just want Genshin to be HI3 again. And I can kind of get it, but it's really annoying. I think that the thing that really gets me about a lot of HI3 fans is, because obviously this is not every HI3 fan. A lot of the ones that have come in to talk while I'm playing this have been really cool and chill. There's just, like, so many HI3 fans that come into Genshin and Star Rail spaces are both, like, really, really angry that Star Rail and Genshin do better and that they are not just HI3, but also really gatekeepy and really aggressive if you don't know things from HI3. Like, I've seen people get into, like, screaming matches, at, people over, like, the imaginary tree stuff, and it's like, why would anyone that plays Genshin or Star Rail know about the imaginary tree? They don't, it's not talked about, it's not important in Star Rail or Genshin yet. Will it come up and play a part? Probably. But it doesn't matter. And, like, they just get so angry about it. And the thing that I really don't like is when they talk about XP characters and they're like, oh, well, they're the same, they're the same thing, but they just have different experiences. And I'm sure that explanation for the same faces in HI3 is correct. That is not correct in Star Rail and Genshin in the context of those games. They're completely different people, unless they're actually a parallel universe version of that world, like Acheron. Like, these are completely different people that just happen to have the same face because that is a thing in this cosmology. Welt has specifically said he has met multiple people with Otto's face and that none of them are the same person. Like, it's just people HI3 fans try to fill in things that haven't fully been explained in the other games with HI3 concepts, and they're not the same. Like, they just aren't the same. I feel HI3 deserves a better fandom. There's quite a lot of bad. Absolutely agree. For how actually good this story is, I wish the fanbase was better. They're so gatekeepy, but also so, like, full of themselves for it. And it's so unfortunate for this game. It's a big part of why I was, like, very resistant to playing HI3 for a long time. The fans just, like, the fans that I've, as a Genshin fan specifically, the HI3 fans that I've interacted with have been just toxic. Really, it's because a lot of long-term misinformation that continues to perpetuate for years. I also totally believe that because the HI3 wiki is pointless. So you have to go ask someone or check a Reddit thread to find stuff out if you're looking for information. And someone could just say a wrong thing or a theory could have been perpetuated that just isn't true. It's really unfortunate for this game. It's also part of why I would love like an anime to be made of its story, or like a more modern game of it to come out, because I think that would do a lot for HI3 as a whole. And it also doesn't help that, again, like the early game of HI3 is really bad. You have defeated every Honkai beast, adjutant. Good job, everyone. The blizzard subsided as soon as the Honkai beasts were vanquished. Rita looked towards the skyscrapers in the distance. Her anxiety was only too obvious. Master Durandal. Wait, didn't we just defeat the Honkai beasts? Why is the ambient Honkai level still rising? Because there's 2 Herschers around, probably. Alvatir surveyed the battlefield and quickly found her answer. 2 approaching figures emerged from the retreating mist. They walked very slowly, as though they were afraid of breaking the fragile ice beneath their feet, and shattered it like this broken battlefield. This must be Shixel's defenses. Alright, we can actually see your face now. Herrscher of Ice. What? Why did the Herrscher come to this place? Did something happen to our squad leader? Adjutant, what should we do? The Herrscher's presence threw a few Valkyries into panic, but most quickly rallied around Rita. They knew what must be done despite the odds. Valkyries, prepare for battle. We shall fight this Herrscher. Stand aside. Durandal and Raiden. My favorite is when OBS just decides to shit itself and disconnect me for no reason. I didn't have power issues. I didn't have internet issues. It just decided that OBS just decided it didn't want to connect anymore. Anyway, continuing on. The Herrscher uttered an unintelligible and bestial growl. Rita gripped her weapon. The Immortal Blade Valkyries assumed their fighting formation. You're done talking. As you wish. Oh. Yeah, I don't know what you guys expected. You're alone now. Save your breath. I'll stop you, and I don't need help. Ow. I don't know what it is. I feel like I just do so much better on Rita. Dodging just feels better on her. I don't know if it's that, like, I don't feel as bad interrupting her combo to dodge, but she just feels so much better. It's so funny looking back at this chapter and seeing how much random combat there used to be. I really think so much of this game could be not a game. I was also saying last time how it's really weird how the chapters get divided. But yeah, that's true of a lot of early gacha games. Granblue definitely has that, you know, but first let's deal with these monsters. F-Go really had that. It's not as egregious to me in this. The fights always feel like decently earned, but I don't think they are always necessary. It's over. No, we're not done yet. I was winning. We're really not done yet. Rita was succumbing to hypothermia. Her Argent Knight battlesuit fared poorly against the Herrscher of Ice. What do you mean? It's an ice battlesuit! But oath and duty forbade Rita to retreat. She knew she was the final line of defense. These days, the pacing of the story is basically like Genshin, where the fighting takes a backseat unless for narrative or a boss battle. Yep, that's what I figured. That's usually where things get to in these games, unless they're, you know, structurally dependent, like Azur Lane. Although I think Azur Lane could also do with a structure change. We'd not want to waste time on you. Stand aside before it's too late. You shall not pass. Okay, Gandalf. Rita's Godbane battlesuit worked at maximum capacity just to keep her on her feet. The response she received was a powerful, frigid current. Well, goodbye, Rita. I promise not to forget you for at least a week. It's actually what I was kind of annoyed about in Penacony. Spend so much time running through enemy areas that would slow down the story. Yeah, it is funny that you just... There's so many enemies you just run past in Penacony. In Star Rail in general. It helps a lot if you have Acheron. Just kill them. Meanwhile, downtown Coral. Preserve. A red glow glimmered amidst the ruins of ice and rubble. Oh. She's back to normal. May created an EM field to insulate her and Durandal against the extreme cold. She reverted to her usual form as she carefully manipulated her powers to maintain the field. Oh, you're right, Durandal. I'm fine. What about you? You don't look exactly the same. The Herrscher of Ice can't harm me. She's yet to master her powers. But Howell fled with the Herrscher after that blow. We must pursue them quickly. Her powers turn this place into a death zone approaching absolute zero. Follow me and I'll bring you out. I am really sad still that they didn't get the Raiden Shogun's voice actor in English for Acheron, and then they had to get Beto's voice actor. Not that I think she's done a bad job. I just like I want the consistency that that the Japanese and the Chinese have, and I really like Raiden Shogun's voice more than Acheron's. Again, she has done a fantastic job as Acheron. I just like I adore and the way her voice actor works. Lara Clark is so good, but yeah, it's odd they didn't recast same English. From what I understand, it is because their Star Rail uses a very specific agency for their voice actors that I believe Genshin does now, but didn't in 2.0. And A's voice actor in Genshin is not part of that agency. But the Acheron / Beto's voice actor is part of that agency. That is what I heard for the reason. It's just one of the things, because of like, I am a voice actor connoisseur. My dream that will never happen is to be a voice actor. I love the mentality that like Japan has, where if you are the voice actor for this character, unless something substantial happens that we need to change it, you are the voice actor for this character. It feels so much better than the constant changing of voice actors that English products have. Oh. I mean, you know, I'm sure this suit will also be fun. Oh, yeah, I don't know what I just did, but it already is fun. But... Okay, no, I take back any of my apprehension. I just wanted the Herrscher of Thunder. Yo, this is cool. What's funny to me is that at this time they were experimenting with destructible environments, but they haven't really done anything with some sense. Yeah, Genshin doesn't even really have destructible environments, huh? Goodbye, trees. This version of May is sick. Yeah, I was immediately like, oh, but the Hersher of Thunder. But no, I'm down for this. Oh, sending me again, huh? Definitely not as cool as an cool of an ultimate. Oh, okay, I see. We're building up the meter just like the other form. Got it. Oh, wait. Does one bar send them out and then the other bring them back in? That's really cool. I thought it was just two different, uses. Yeah! Oh, that's awesome. How do I use the charges of her dash? I probably have to actually avoid it. Akron vibe? Yeah. I mean, A does use the, well, actually, no. A hasn't used the clones as much, but the Raiden Shogun has. Me too seem to be unharmed. I still think the Raiden Shogun fight in Genshin is the best fight in that game. It is so much fun. It is a challenging but fair fight, and you are fighting. You have to dodge, you have to do mechanics, you have to, you know, break things to not die. Unless you're Zhongli. But, Arlecchino is also pretty good, but all of the boss fights between, or all of the weekly boss fights between Acheron and the Raiden between Arlecchino and the Raiden Shogun are terrible. Raiden Shogun fight is a good fight because it's relatively human scale. All the human fights are great. I also like Asdea, even though it's like simple. But yeah, the whale is a terrible fight. You don't actually fight it. It doesn't react to anything you do. If the whale fight was all of the fight inside the whale, it would have been incredible. The Aphep sucks. It is just a time waster. Shoko no Okami, Scaramouche, is also terrible because you don't fight it. It is all mechanics. But Arlecchino's really fun. Raiden Shogun is really fun. Child is still a really fun fight, even though it is power crept to shit. I like the wolf a lot, also, again, even though it is power crept to shit. That's also not even character power creep. That is, artifact power creep. Storm Terror is fine. I like Asdea. It's not the best fight, but I like it. And then I'm forgetting. Oh, yeah, and Senora. Senora is interesting, but it's kind of a terrible fight. Just because of the heat mechanics going on, and how annoying. It just stun locks you all the time. Raven landed quietly before them. Her face was ghostly pale, perhaps due to the toxin or the cold. HI3 late game bosses have been getting more and more notes. I believe that. I'm very excited for similar reasons for the ZZZ boss fights. Apologies. The sudden blast of extreme cold blocked my way and prevented me from giving you support. I mean, the regular bosses are also pretty good, I think, in Genshin. I think they're easy, but I think a lot of them are fun, especially, like, most of the Fontaine ones. I don't think there's been a bad boss fight in Fontaine. I do like the Ruined Serpent and Winnet. I think when they have too much HP, they're really annoying in Abyss, because they just waste time. Yeah, but the weekly bosses have been lacking for a while before Arlecchino. Udacha, are you getting any better? I've already dealt with it. What about Ao and the Hersher? What happened out there? I like the Genshin world bosses on a combat level more than weekly bosses. Absolutely. For the most part, I agree. That's why they're in Abyss, and the weekly bosses are not. I think the health pools of some things in Abyss make it not fun, but yeah, no, a lot of the world bosses in Genshin are really fun. May summarized what had happened in their prior engagement. I
まさか
didn't expect that guy to
あ
have
い
such a
つに
history.
それで
What are
ど
your
うするつも
plans?
りだ。
こうなった以上
Well, the
彼らを
option is
早
to
々
find
に
them
見
as
つけ出
quickly
す
as possible.
だが
Finding
予
them
備の
won't
杖
do
が
any
な
good.
い今
Without a
見つけ
scepter,
て
the
も何も
Baraka
でき
kept
ない
to
だろ
capture the Herrscher.
何にせよ
Blame Jackal for
ジャッカルが
this.
悪い
She'd prepared more of
あい
these
つがもっ
scepters.
と
The
用意
Herrscher
し
would
て
not
く
be
れ
a
ていれ
problem.
ばサンゴ島の通信は崩壊のせ
The
いで途絶えて
Honkai
いる
Coral is also
あいつに
blocking
連
the
絡する
outgoing
には
signals.
一
We
時
should
撤退す
retreat
る
and
しか
get in
ないだ
touch with Jackal.
撤退
Retreat?
いいえ
No,
撤退
there
は
can
でき
be no retreat.
撤退にかかる時間は決して少
We'll
な
end
く
up wasting too much time. The
その
Honkai
間
will
に
continue to spread
崩
and
壊は
claim more
拡散し
lives.
続け命をそれに
And that's not the end of it. May stopped there. She and Raven gazed at each other in silence. Raven knew what May was about to say. Retreat would give the Ice Herrscher time to escalate the war. A third party may even get involved, and they may deploy the Hyperion if the situation grows desperate. And when that happens, that special friend of hers would also enter the fray.
撤退は認めない
No, retreat is not an option.
じゃあどうすれば
What
い
are
い
your plans, then? May thought for a while and quickly proposed her solution.
渡りガラス
What was going on with her
Zangai
skirt there? Raven, I need you to salvage what's left of the scepters.
残骸
Salvage?
まだ方法があ
This
るか
plan
も
of
しれない
ours may very well work.
わかった
Fine,
お前を
I'll
信じ
trust
る
you
と
for
しよ
now.
う
それまで私はリツ
And 'I'll
シ
do
を
whatever I can to stop the Herrscher in the meantime. Raven nodded. She then turned around and disappeared into the silvery
話
mist.
は終わりましたか
Done talking.
ええ行きましょう
Let's go.
今リ
We
ツシャ
may
の
have
行
lost
方
the
は分かり
Herrscher,
ませんが
but they will have to
彼らが
confront the
サンゴ
Valkyrie's
島を出よう
defenses
と
to
する
escape
なら
Coral.
リツシャがここを出てしまう
To
前
stop
に
them, I must
私は
return to
彼
those
女たち
defenses
に
and
お
join
願い
my
します
Valkyries.
ライデン・メイさん
Do not hesitate again this
今回は
time,
こち
Raiden
ら
May.
です
I won't. Yes, you gave me stuff. I'm going to be right back. I need to use the restroom. Don't go anywhere. Back. Hello. Let us return to the story. 3 parts of 19 all there. Probably like 15, 16. Yeah, okay. I feel like, did 18 only have like 12 chapters? We definitely made 18 longer by with all the talking, but not that I dislike that. The frost continued to creep beyond the heart of coral and can create an icy path in its wake.
律者の反応はまだこの
I
島
can
の
pick up
中
traces of Herrscher power
そう
here.
遠くへは行って
They
いない
shouldn't be too far away.
この先は
We must
バ
hurry
ル
up.
キリーたちが
The
敷いた
Valkyrie's
防衛線
defenses
です
should be up ahead. Ah. Stop hitting me! I keep hitting the right trigger. I wish I could assign the first slot to be the right trigger for swapping. I actually don't like this Durandal as much as the earlier one. I like the charge system of the other one.
私の番ですね。はっ、はっ、はっ、やっ、はっ、はっ、はっ、やっ、はっ、はっ、はっ、はっ、はっ、はっ。
I've definitely taken a lot of damage that I don't feel like I actually have. But I don't know when I got hit all these times. I also still don't know how to use my dash ability. Like, I've used it. I've seen the stacks go down. Oh, well, here's all our dead friends. Oh, those Valkyries. Unconscious Valkyries were found at the end of the path. Though alive, they were no longer capable of fighting. A pale figure encased in a crust device stood out among the defeated Valkyries. Well, she's not that iced up here. Durandal rushed forward and held her adjutant in her arms. Rita was still breathing, if only weakly. Well, hopefully she starts breathing, like, secondly. Even daily would be pretty bad. Go and track down the hearse you're riding, May. I will. May knew what had to be done and turned around without a word. Behind her, the Holy Lance gave off a glow that engulfed the entire battlefield. The dark tunnel seemed to go on forever. Al felt heavier and slower with every step he took. Mechanical joints creaked as parts came loose and fell to the ground, but Al fixed his gaze upon the distant exit. He knew he only needed to reach that place to end all this. I'm close. His vision began to blur as lights trailed lines upon his clouded sight. His thoughts swam as the light illuminated past memories. Don't give up. You'll make this. I'm sure of it. Don't give up. You can do it. The girl repeated those lines as she struggled to support his weight with her body. But she could hardly hide her distressed looks. Those encouraging words were not only meant for him. Tianwu knew that the Valkyrie was also fighting her own fears. Are you afraid? What? Your hands are trembling. No, I'm just... A terrible disaster. People turning into monsters and strange beasts on the road. It's the Honkai. Honkai? Yeah. Don't worry. I'm Valkyrie Shixel, and I'm bound by oath to protect you against the Honkai. How does anyone in this world not know about the Honkai? They're not a new thing. I'm sorry. Most people probably won't understand what I said. They've been around since the entirety of humanity. How are they not taught about in school? I thought this was something like a zombie apocalypse. Zombie? Yeah. Walking putrid corpses that can't be killed with most conventional weapons. You can only defeat them by bursting their heads or burning them completely. What's worse is that if they bite you, your body will start to change as well. You'll eventually lose your mind and turn into a zombie like them. And the very worst part is... Stop! Stop already! Why are you telling me about zombies? That's the most disgusting thing I've ever heard! I see. You're afraid of zombies. No, I don't seem afraid of them. I'm just disgusted, that's all. Seems like Valkyries are just normal little girls after all.
俺は陳天武
I'm Shin Tenmu. What's your name? Anna. Anna Sharik.
アナ
Thank you, Anna.
あり
You're welcome. May tracked the Hersher's trail and arrived at the tunnel entrance, her mind deep in thought. Hi, Cinda. It's fine. I scratched. I don't know if it was like a cut or a pimple, but it was bleeding for a little bit, but we're good. It stopped. Stopped within like the first half hour. She could not forget the sight of the defeated immortal blades, Valkyries and Rita. A series of dull thumping noises interrupted her. She raised her head and saw Honkai beasts hatching in the tunnel. She knew she was on the right track. The Hersher would be at the other side of this tunnel. Her blade was drawn. She knew there was only one thing to be done. Oh, back to Hersher.
行きましょう。
You have to finish the combo, okay. How is Cinda today? What's going on with you? Are you allowed to say words today? Sparks flew as May slashed her way through an enraged Oni. While lightning and thunder exploded around her, May's mind was as tranquil as a still lake.
絶対にさせない。
I won't let this continue. I'm so EP, I only got 2 hours for nap, and some asshole decided to ring our doorbell twice in the middle of it. Kill them.
私が彼女たちを守る。
I'll protect them. Well, this is all I have left. A light erupted within the tunnel and sped to the other end before converging into a single point. Time to finish this Hersher of ice. Probably read this. The Manila Honkai Eruption. Location Manila, Philippines. 2015, 5/22. The Honkai Eruption Manila, capital city of the Philippines, is the largest and most dangerous Honkai event in Southeast Asia. Although the Manila eruption did not give birth to any Hersher, it claimed over 2 million lives. About 3 million people suffered various degrees of Honkai infection with secondary disasters that struck the city and surrounding areas, rendering nearly 10 million people homeless. So okay, yeah, the eruptions can then definitely happen without creating a Hersher. On the onset of the eruption, Jigsaw mobilized and deployed 42 Valkyries. Valkyrie squads, a total of 147 Valkyries. Over 5,000 rescue personnel from various departments were also sent to contain the eruption within the limits of Manila. Combat losses were extremely heavy. The 6 squads garrisoned in the Philippines, including Snow Lotus, Sea Lion, and Astra, were nearly annihilated. The eruption severely affected the economic and political stability in the Philippines and Southeast Asia as a whole. To date, the city of Manila remains off limits, with Honkai levels in urban districts remaining at unsafe levels. Further monitoring is still required. Cold wind blew across his face. He could finally see light at the end of the tunnel.
もう天命の防衛線を突破した。
Anna, we made it through Shiku's defenses. Just go.
君ここを出れば
Leave this place and live. Completely exhausted, Owl finally collapsed. He tried waving the Hersher away, but she stared blankly like a snowflake oblivious to everything around her. She then slowly extended her hand. The Hersher picked up Owl, her movements clumsy yet surprisingly gentle. Anna, you... The Hersher's touch was no longer freezing. Her face showed hints of emotion. Astonishment and joy filled his heart. He decided to let the Hersher carry his weight and continued walking.
I'm not
sure if I stayed here for a while. She was just here. Dragon kill! Oh, well. Dragon killed too good. God damn it, it's the same spot. It's the same spot and the same enemy pattern that I did this with last time. It's exactly the same. I need to learn. I need to learn that the same areas just have the same enemies. Because this happened in the last episode too. What's the last episode? The train. Yes, I was, because that was Kiana trying to escape. Goodbye, Frost Emperor. Oh. Strange statue of ice stood in May's way. Upon touching, the statue disintegrated into sparkling ice crystals and gave off hushed whispers. It was the most unforgettable day of her life. Clad in her tiny uniform, she marched through the assembly and saluted them. It was the day that she had always prayed for. Her hard work paid off. Her dreams were coming true. The girl took a deep breath and loudly recited, Anna Shari, here do hereby offer my oath of loyalty to Shixel and our overseer, and dedicate my life to our noble vision. I shall not fear any trepidation, nor pain, nor death. I shall act as the beacon of hope to those in suffering, and fight for those languishing in pain. I pledge all that I am, and have to the human race, and shall do whatever it takes to destroy the Honkai. From this day forth, I, by my own volition, shall serve as the glorious Valkyrie of Shixel. Light shone again before fading away with the girl's voice. So we're peeking at her memories with these crystal ice formations. What? Why did I have to go through? I don't understand the stage ends for these maps. Light, must be her memories. Some of them are out. Oh. All of them are enemies. Arr. Ah, I lived. Her memories are freezing solid. The dark, overcast sky loomed over a Valkyrie running away from something. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. She repeated those words to herself as she desperately looked for a way out of the ruins. They were ambushed. The squad leader disappeared in the explosion, and she lost contact with the other squad members. She must head back to the rendezvous point, re-establish comlinks, and get the reinforcements. The constant static from her comm device was the only thing she could hear. I can't stay here. My mission is too important. The Valkyrie then caught the sound of loose gravel hitting the ground. She stopped running and looked around. Her gaze fell upon the collapsed building. She waited for a few seconds. There was nothing else. She was unsure if she was hearing things. So the young Valkyrie continued her desperate flight. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I really am. She repeated those words to herself as she left the ruins behind her. A thought then began to coalesce in her mind. Deserter. No, that's not true. She remembered the day when she became a Valkyrie. Like this devastated city, her oath and her ideals were reduced to ruin. She had never felt so helpless. She failed to save anyone, even when they were within reach. No! The Valkyrie stopped running. This isn't what I want! Though trembling, she turned around and rushed back to the ruins. I don't think, hey, we lost contact with, like, everything, I should go get reinforcements and find out what's going on, is deserting. Rosanna, why you hate me? Why do you do this to me? Help! Someone help me! How is Rosanna today? What is Rosanna up to? Monkey. This is how you show your love? I guess I'll take it. I will take any form of attention, in all honesty. Our water heater bit the dust today, though. That's... I understand. My boiler doesn't work. We have to turn it on manually. And by that, I mean we literally have to light a stick on fire and stick it into a hole in the boiler for it to turn on. And I have to do that anytime I want to have a shower. It's so much fun. It's been like that for over a decade now. I'm sorry. I'm afraid this is the end of the road for us. I'm really sorry. We made it this far, but I still failed to save you. Honkai Beast stomped through the rubble as the survivors hid behind a wall. There was no exit in sight. You worry about me? I'm fine. I want out of this house. Just leave me here, Anna. You should be able to escape on your own. No, I can't do that. One of us can escape if you take me with you. But I can't simply leave you here. Just because you're a Valkyrie, because of the oath of duty you swore. Will you save me otherwise? Don't worry, I'll find a place to hide. Get your reinforcements first and save me later. We can bet on this. Bet on this? Yeah, if both of us survive this, you'll go on a date with me. I can't believe this! How can you make such stupid jokes? Can you see what's happening? Hey, I'm just quoting the truth. You're the reason why I'm still alive. You stayed by my side and told me not to give up. You're the reason why I made it to this place. Meeting you in this disaster is the best thing that has ever happened in my life. I guess I'll follow you anywhere, whether you like it or not. I don't know. Don't take it too seriously. I was only fooling around. What? You were just fooling around? How could you? Well, just to get things off your mind for a while. I have no idea what's going on in your head. Don't you realize the situation we're in? Anna, I'm quite hard to kill. I still need to look for my family and take care of some business. I won't die here. Trust me. The narrative needs me for us in the future. Shin Tenmu. You're such a weird guy.
私
But
のこ
even
と
then,
も信じてく
I
ださ
want you
い。
to have faith in me.
私たちは
We'll leave
一
this
緒に
place
ここから
together.
出るんだから、その賭け
So I've decided to
受
take
け
your
て立
bet.
ちます。これをあなたにあげる。
Here you go.
これは
This
私の一番
is
大
what I
事な
treasure
も
the
の。
most.
生きてここを出た
Return
ら
it to me after we make it out alive.
これで賭けをしま
This
す。
is our bet.
この写真は
Who's this in the photo?
彼女は陳変文
My baby sister.
俺の
And
妹で
Tianwen.
俺の探してい
It's
る
the
家族
family
だ
I'm planning to look for. Baby. Though the two managed to escape a Shixel base, they had to go on separate ways. She's dead, for sure. Xian Tianwu would be getting treatment in another city, while Anna was to be redeployed to the war
彼女は
zone.
まだあの廃
She's
墟
still
にいるはず
trapped in
だ
the city
アナ
ruins.
頼む
Please, Anna, help me look
妹
for
を
her.
探して進まない
And
許
if
され
it's
ることな
possible,
ら
I'd like
俺
to
も
tag
一緒
along
に
as
行
well.
きたいんだ
陳変文。
Tianwen. Someone knocked on the door. Anna lowered her
ごめんな
gaze.
さい。そろそろ
I'm
行きます。
sorry, I have to go.
ああ
It's all
大
right.
丈夫だ
I can't be asking
君に
favors from
問
you
題
all
ば
the
かり
time.
押しつアナ君を探しに
I'll
行く
go
よ
look for you, Anna.
このペン
This
ダントは
necklace.
どうした
What is it?
ごめんなさい。
I'm
ペン
sorry.
ダントは
You can keep
返
that
さなくて
necklace.
いいで。
Anna left. He was dumbstruck by her sudden change. He did not know why she left him like that until much later. He heard a few conversations and learned that Anna became the leader of the new Snow Lotus squad. The old Snow Lotus squad was gone. Anna was the sole survivor. Yay! Survivor Guild! I will sense something in the frozen garden. What garden? Like, why are we back here? We're supposed to be, like, outside the city. How are we back here? I know it's not actually the same place, but it annoys me greatly. I will sense something in the flower garden.
ここまでだ
As far as I could go. Anna. The Hersher stayed silent and continued to carry him as dark clouds whirled above the pristine
来
lake.
年目はもうす
Red
ぐ
and
追
May
って
would
くる
catch up soon. I'm just slowing you down.
俺が彼女を牽
Leave me
制す
here,
るから
and I'll try to stop her for you.
陳
In
天部。
Tenmu.
アナ
Anna.
陳天部。
In Tenmu.
アナ
Anna.
アナ
Anna.
や
You're
っと
finally
戻って
back.
きてくれたよか
He's
っ
gonna get
た
stabbed as they're having this
君は
conversation.
できたんだ
This is wonderful. You did it. You really did it.
ありがとう。
Thank you
私の
for
そばに
staying
いて
by
く
my
れて。
side.
アナそん
It
なのど
doesn't
うで
matter,
もいい
Anna. You finally defeated the
豪快
Honkai.
に打ち勝ったよかった
We can head back and show everyone that you're human again.
君が
We're finally done with running away.
さあ戻ろう
Let's go. I'll bring you to the world circuit.
も
No,
ういいの。
you've done enough.
もういいって
Enough. What do you
陳
mean?
天部。
Shin Tenmu,
死なせてほしい。
please let me die.
死ぬ
Die.
アナ冗談
Stop
はよ
fooling
せ
around, Anna. I
何
won't
バ
let
カな
you.
ことを言って
もう
I can't
抵
fight
抗
it.
できない。
Not anymore.
記憶が
My memories
少
are
しずつ
peeling
消え
away.
て、これは
This is all the time I
私
have
が
left.
最後の力で
I've used the last bit of my
稼いだ
strength.
時間。
アナ
Anna,
そん
no.
な
This can't be
そんな
true.
バカな
陳天部。
Shin, it's
も
enough.
ういい。
You should let it
そろ
end.
せめて
At least
最後
let
は
me
人間として死にたいの。
as a human.
いや必ず
No.
方法はある
There must be some other way.
もう少
Don't
し
give
耐え
up.
てくれ
Anna,
ごめんなさい。
I'm
行
sorry.
かせて。
You have to let me go.
アナ待て
Anna,
どこに
no.
行くんだ
Where are you going? Owl tried to hold on to her, but was trapped by growing ice. He realized she brought him here to bid farewell. He could only see her slowly drifting away until she completely disappeared into the falling snow.
さようなら、
Goodbye,
陳天部。
Shin Jinwoo. It was snowing when May saw the Hersher of Ice landing right before her. The Hersher approached May slowly, quietly, and gently, as though she expected this confrontation. Crystals of ice blossomed with her every step and gave off a faint glow before disappearing into the thin air. May knew what the Hersher wanted. Come,
すべてを
it's
終わり
time
に
to
しま
end
しょう
this.
どうぞ。私はもう
I can't hold it anymore. The Hersher of Ice fell onto the bed of flowers. She did not resist. In fact, she did all that so she could suppress the urge to fight back. Victory was almost at hand. May raised her blade. Stop!
袋
Owl! The cyborg leapt out of the blizzard and stood between the two. Owl ruined his own cyborg body to escape Anna's trap and could barely stand on his
ど
feet.
きなさい
Stand aside! I've said you'll have to get through me first! I won't let anyone hurt her! Owl staggered towards May as his body blinked red like a ticking bomb. Yay! He was stopped dead in his tracks. Blood erupted from his chest and blossomed like scarlet flowers on the white snow. Oh, the Hersher is fully awoken now. Anna. Why?
こんなことを
Oh! Clinging pain spread from his chest as fluids wept from the wound and his world turned red.
そう
Damn this thing! Damn it all! The face he remembered slowly froze over.
こういうことか
Yes, this is the truth.
何もかも
The truth that
昔
nothing
のまま
has ever changed.
何も変わらない
ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry.
私は天命
I'm
の
a
馬
Valkyrie
力
of Shixel. I've sworn to defeat the Honkai.
陳天部。
Treat this disaster as another accident in your
あ
life,
なたの
Shin.
人生私のことは
Please
忘れ
forget
てく
me.
ださい。
アナ待って
Anna,
待って
wait!
ア
Anna!
ナなんで
Why?
なんで
Why do
君
you
は
keep
いつも
avoiding me?
俺から逃げる
Why suppress your own
い
feelings?
つも俺はただ君のそばにいたいだけだ
I
なんで
only
こん
wanted
な
to stay
願い
with
すら
you.
叶えられない
Why deny this simple wish? Crimson gave way to darkness. A veil shrouded him and ushered him to the end of his life. The last thing he remembered was her cold, hard face.
誰か教えてくれ
Someone tell me,
俺は
what's up?
何を間違えた
You were in a Honkai game. Death engulfed his world. There was neither light nor sound. He laid in the vast emptiness, adrift in the great ocean of nothing. He stared into the roiling yet pure darkness. He tried to understand it, yet his senses had already left him.
これが
So this
死
is how death feels like. Then a spark appeared in this empty void. It sprouted, sank its roots, and began to grow. The spark soon became a glowing tree with twisting roots that nourished a massive crown. Is he becoming the sixth Honkai right now, or the sixth Hersher right now? A crown of branches, twigs, and leaves that gave off light as well. Oh no, this might be the the tree, actually.
ここは
Where am I? He then found himself in the middle of a scorched ruin. His returning senses felt the dust and heat. The place felt familiar. He looked around. Quickly realized why he remembered this place.
お兄ちゃん。どこに
Hello, where are you?
助けて。
Save me. Somebody help.
変分
Tianwu! Tianwen! Sense! Sense? Sis. Words are easy, actually. I don't know why my keyboard commands aren't working. For a moment, Owl thought it was merely death vision, yet the heat, dust, and blood that flowed from the cracks were simply too real.
ここだ
Tianwen,
お兄ちゃんはこ
I'm
こにい
here!
る
I'm right here, sis! He wanted to rush forward, but his body was trapped and refused to move. He tried to shout, but no voice left his mouth.
なぜ
What?
なぜこんなの
Why
を
are
見せ
you
るんだ
showing me this?
一体なぜなんだ
Give me a reason! Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps caught his attention. There was someone else in the ruins. Oh.
あの
Anna! Anna Shariak, the Valkyrie who saved him, stood within the light just as he remembered her on that day.
妹
Save
妹
her!
を助けてやってく
Save
れ
my sis! While he shouted voicelessly, the trapped girl extended a trembling hand. Please, sis, save me!
アナ助けてやってくれ
Anna, go save
何を
her!
してるんだ
Anna,
早く
what are
彼
you
女を
doing?
助けてやってくれ
Why would you
アナ
save her? He suddenly saw something unfamiliar in her eyes. The Valkyrie backed away slowly, turned around, and ran away.
アナ
Anna!
アナどこに行くん
Anna!
だ
Where are you going? Al was dumbstruck as the fleeing Anna disappeared into the darkness. Something alien woke within him. It reached out in its attempt to break free.
ありえない
No,
ありえない
this can't be. This can't be possible. He began to feel afraid. No, he is totally becoming a Hersher. He tried to mend the cracks in his heart, but the fractures only widened.
な
Why?
んでだ
Why are you doing this, Anna? Why won't you save
なん
her?
だ待った
Wait,
まさか
could it be? No. So I'm assuming, if this is real, I'm assuming this happened before she saved him, and this was what made her start running away in the first place to get the reinforcements initially, before she came back. His heart hardened and shattered like the rest of this world. Help! Please! Don't leave me! Can anyone save me? And that's why, when he told her, to wah wah, papa, to wah wah, papa, to wah wah, papa. Hello, Raiders. Hello. I'm going to say it's Ari. Please tell me if I was saying your name wrong. I'm very bad at words. But yes, hello. It's me, the ever illustrious Saus's Grand Tomato Slime Extraordinaire. I see you were also playing HI3. But yes, I am a cool tomato boy who plays horror games and RPGs and mystery games. And right now we're playing Honkai Impact 3rd, obviously. We're in chapter 19 right now, so if you were not that far, I feel free to leave to avoid spoilers. If you're further and want to stick around, yay. Ari, got it. I'm good at words. But yeah, like I was saying, probably I'm assuming the reason that she got really distant from Owl when he showed the picture is the guilt crept in because she knew that it was his sister that she ran away from. And that's unfortunate. Finish chapter 24. Nice. Her voice grew weaker. Her tiny hands struggled to hold on to something in the air. It grasped and struggled before falling onto the ground, never to be lifted again. 23? It's all the same to me. I'm not getting into either of those tonight. You know your numbers like I know my words. His chest erupted as a mass of growing tendrils erupted from his body. Yeah, he is totally erupting into a Hersher. The tendrils then wrapped themselves around Owl, engulfing and dissolving him completely. Why? Why? Anna! Oh! I'm not even gonna try to read that. That was that was way more interesting than I could get. He roared with a nameless rage as the world twisted and cascaded around him. Okay, how could you? Aren't you a Valkyrie of Shixel? I'm assuming Or aren't you a Shixel Valkyrie is what he's saying here. I have no idea what this is other than it's a visual novel and I'm looking for ones to play. So it is a gacha action game with visual novel elements. It is the precursor game to Genshin and to Star Rail. If you are looking for visual novels to play, I would highly recommend Corpse Factory is a really good one. What am I calling this? Class of 09 was incredible. I'm gonna play the re-up at some point here. The Zero Escape games are visual novels with escape room elements. They're really, really fun. I definitely know other visual novels. Sorry to pause in this emotional scene, but Class of 09 is one of the funniest things I've ever gone through, and also the worst thing ever. We played it last week. It was amazing. It bills itself as a rejection simulator, and that is a word to describe it. I've read so many visual novels. Why can't I remember them, like, as they are? But yeah, this has visual novel things to it in the story sections, but it is also, like, a action game. Though I'm mostly playing it as a visual novel. I have not been reading this. Hold on. The Maelstrom of Chaos raged, and the human named Shen Tianwu perished. Yay! This is rough even after seeing it the first time. This is a lot, honestly. I feel really bad for this guy. I feel really bad for both of them. There's not a chance either of them make it out of this. And my lone Filipino representation, Philippines mentioned. I'm almost surprised he's the only Filipino representation, because we've been in, like, I guess it makes sense. Ow. Light and Eric's collided with frigid rhyme. The Hershers fought each other. The Hershers fought each other, their powers threatening to tear the fabric of reality apart. Then it all ended when a blinding blast smashed through the vortex. It's finally over! The stricken Hersher gave a scream louder than the thunderous cacophony. The blade pierced the ice, went through her body, and left the wake of bloodied snow. And with that, the Hersher collapsed onto a bed of flowers. May approached the ice Hersher slowly. Her defeated foe remained unmoving. To capture the Hersher, May dealt that blow carefully to avoid the enemy's core. I will just wait for Raven to get here. What? A sense of fatigue washed over her. She suddenly felt much heavier as strength left her limbs. May quickly realized that it was not the fault of her body. Another had dealt the blow without her knowing. What is this? Can this be gravity? The Hersher Earth? This map and point of the story is honestly one of the most memorable parts of Honkai for me. I thought it was okay, but not really living up to the last arc to me. But, like, this shift here adds a lot to it. And, like, this is a really, really good ending. Are they merging? Well, that's probably really not good. Yeah, no, because, you know, before this, it was like, oh, okay, Anna's a sad Valkyrie, blah, blah, blah. The contextualization of this with Owl just like enhanced all of chapter 18 and everything up to this part. This is really, really good. It's okay, I'm from Utah. I get my Utah representation in the next arc. The payoffs start getting super good. No, HO3 has been really good about this. Ever since chapter 9, like every mini arc that it has, like it's like, oh, you know, this is pretty good. This is all right. And then you hit a specific moment, usually in the last chapter of the arc, where it's like, oh wait, this just turned all of that from a 7 to a 9. Contextualization really helps, and the way HI3 is written is very, it sneaks up on you, and it needs to stop because it's done it like 4 times to me now. But it's like it gets you into this like lull where you're like, oh, okay, here's the stuff happening. Yeah, okay, I see what's going on. And then yeah, exactly, it clicks together. And it's like, oh, okay, that's why this is happening, that's why that happened, that's the emotionality here that's behind all these characters. They go from like kind of almost generic, like, oh yeah, okay, they're doing that thing, to, oh no, there's a person here, this is what led to their action in this moment. Like in chapter what was it? It was 15, 16, 17, in the last arc, May was getting good build up through it. The moment she decides to become the Hersher of Thunder to save Kiana, all of the moments that are like, oh, okay, these are nice reminiscences of this is why your relationship's kind of like that, they all come to like a big crescendo, and all of these lesser bits that on their own are just kind of okay piece together into a ginormous puzzle that is just full of emotion, and the characters really push themselves forward. I really like it. It also makes each stream for me like really nice because I do each of these mini arcs, and it gets it starts off, you know, the slow of the arc, and then it pays off at the end. I really, really am enjoying this. The writers get better at connecting everything together that informs both the plot and the character-specific arc. It's been genuinely just on a constant upswing since chapter 9. I still think the last arc, the May Kiana arc, is a little better than this one, but I was gonna say that like it was a lot better until this moment, and this was really tied together, and we still have like 4 nodes left. Really funny playing story at release because every story arc starts and people are like, oh my god, I'm so bored, like I fell off. That's exactly it. Then it gets to the climax and they're like, oh, we're so back. No, it's really, really cool. Because it is a mini arc in and of itself in every segment, where it really is. It's like it starts slow and just builds up perfectly. You would think people have learned at this point? I think I would have learned at this point. I've been playing this for like a month and a half now. But yeah, no, I'm seeing, just a little bit of a tangent. I'm seeing kind of that with, 14 right now, where I haven't started Dawn Trail proper yet. But I've seen a lot of people being like, oh, you know, it's really boring. And then other people that are further are like, shut up, it's the start of a new arc. What are you talking about? What is this? The black sphere erupted in midair. The frozen ground trembled as deadly cracks began to spread. Giant spikes of ice burst forth from the ground, before breaking free and flying straight towards the black hole. Black holes are Welt's thing, though. The entity of Coral was being ripped apart. The entirety of Coral was being ripped apart. Leave the hazard zone! Right? I cannot tell where it is. Okay, there we go. No, I know. His thing technically is that he can make anything that he has a concept of. I just like that. I associate that so much with him. I still... The one scene in Second Eruption where he uses time dilation against Siren to let Siegfried get away, like that was the moment that HI3 was sold to me. Like that was when I was sold on it. And I'm not gonna say that's when I stopped being in this for Welt specifically and started being in it for HI3, but that was definitely where I was like, oh no, okay, there's definitely something here. Beyond just like, oh, the funny old Hoyo thing. The worst so back effect really came in full swing this last week because HI3 ranked #1 in discussed topics in China when the recent arc racked up. That's really funny. Oh, I love Welt. I started HI3 partially because my friend Haruki I has also been playing it. I'm gonna give her a shout out because we love her. She is very close to the end of it, I believe. But she is still absolutely worth giving attention to. I love her so much. But also because like I really wanted to learn about Welt, especially with Acheron coming in and more of Welt's backstory being like kind of coming into importance in Star Rail. And I've been a little disappointed in that sense that outside of Second Eruption, he's shown up for like a minute total. But you know, we also haven't gone back to the Hyperion crew yet, and he's there, so I expect he will be coming more into the fray soon enough. And I know HI3 fans really like him, so I do expect him to have a appearance. I think the strength of HI3 is just how deeply interconnected. Oh, hello. Wah wah, papa. Wah wah, papa. Wah wah, papa. I can't give you the pop-up shout-out for a second, Mika, because I just gave one to Haru. But hello, Raiders! I am the ever-illustrious Saus's Grand Tomato Slime Extraordinaire! I'm playing Honkai Impact 3rd. It's cool, it's fun. I play a lot of horror games and mystery games and RPGs. If you like story content, stick around. That's what I'm here for. How was Hammerwatch, Mika? Back to before the raid. I think the strength of HA3 is just how deeply interconnected its cast is. So like Welt is a cool character, but that's because of how he reflects off the rest of the cast in Second Eruption. Second Eruption was just really well written, and I really liked it like standing on its own. Like I've recommended my Star Rail friends to just read it and not necessarily get into HI3, just because HI3 is a big investment. Second Eruption's not. And yeah, Welt really gets to shine in it. But yeah, remember to keep a little dirt under your pillow for the Dirt Man. He's gonna take Mika down. Not raid. Fuck me. Cancel. Shout out is what I wanted. I do that so much. I haven't gone through this in a while. Usually I catch myself in the typing of it. Yeah, I'm gonna raid the one. I'm gonna raid the raiders. Let's go. Also, please, everyone, check out Mika. Mika is fantastic. She's one of the funniest, most entertaining people I know. We absolutely adore Mika. Mr. Shen Tianwu, we have the results of your physical exam. I'm sorry to inform you that your body has been severely infected due to prolonged exposure to the Honkai. Absolutely should have. I was gonna say that I don't know how I would have seen him becoming a Hersher coming. I absolutely should have seen it. They said, like, he talked about how he was at a previous event and he had to become a cyborg to survive the Honkai infection. What a, like, I'm crazy for not seeing this come. I mean, not that I could have actually seen him becoming a Hersher coming, but like I really should have seen something like this coming. It shouldn't have been a surprise to
運
me.
が良ければ2年の猶予。
You have 2 more years if you're lucky.
2年
2 more years.
では
So,
俺の妹につい
do you
て
have any news
何か
about my
情報
sister?
残念ですが、生存
She's
者リ
not
ス
on
ト
the
にはい
list.
ません。
We're still looking for
捜索は継
survivors.
続します
But
が、あま
please
り期
don't
待
be
でき
too
ないかと。
optimistic. Yeah, if you don't find someone within like even I'm gonna say a month of a disaster like that, you're not gonna find they're dead.
陳天部さん、他に質問は
Is there anything else, Mr. Shen?
アナは
Oh no,
いや何でもない。
there's nothing else.
アナ知ってる
Anna,
か
I want you to know
あの日から
that
俺
I've
は
lost
全て
everything
を
on that day.
俺何を間違えた
I
の
don't
か
know what I did to
ど
deserve
うすれ
this
ばよかっ
or
たの
what I
か
should do afterward.
今何もかもが無意
Nothing
味を
else
感じ
mattered.
何
Everything
もか
became
もが遠
meaningless.
く感じた俺は自暴自棄
I
になり
embarked upon a path
自
of
滅の道を
self-destruction.
歩んだそれから絶望は
There was
無
despair,
力
hopelessness,
そ
acceptance,
して
a
信頼へと
helplessness,
変わり
and then longing.
やがて君
You
を
became
最後
my
の
last
希望
beacon
と
of
思う
hope.
ようになった
I wanted to meet again, to
俺
start
たちが
over.
再会だから俺は
I
崩
began
壊を調
studying
べ
the Honkai,
天命
Shiksu,
を調
and
べ
anything that might be linked to
君
you.
にか俺は君
Chanced
と再
upon a
会
way
す
where
る
I
ため
could
の
see
き
you
っ
in
かけを
person.
見つけたヨルムンガンドに入
I
り
joined the World Serpent and
幹部に
became
な
an
り
officer.
君の
And
行
then I
方を
found
掴んだいつか君と再会する日を
It
夢
was
見
my
ていた
wish. I feared I was no
同時に
longer
今
fit
の
to
俺
see
は
you again.
君に会う俺の体は
My body was
もう
no
人
longer
間では
human,
ない
and my life would be
俺
ending
の
soon.
命も君の見えないとこ
So
ろ
all
で
I wanted was to see you
君を
from a
見守る
distance
のが
without you knowing.
俺の願いだったただそれすらも
And even that became
贅
impossible.
沢な願いになってしまったアナ
Anna,
君に感謝す
I
べ
don't
きか
know
もし
if
れ
I
ない
should
し
thank you or hate you,
君を憎むべきなのかもしれないだが君がいな
but
か
you
っ
were the
た
one who saved me from the
俺は
stricken
とう
city.
にあの廃墟で死んでいた子だから
Anna,
アナ
I have decided
この命は
to return my
君
life
に
to
返
you.
そうすべて君に渡し
Take it all, and
俺
soon
の
my
力も
powers as well.
君の一部になるこの世界に
We're now
俺
enemies
た
of
ち
this
の居
world.
場所はもうないが
But if there's a chance, again though,
もし
this
チャ
goes
ンス
into
が
what
あ
I'm
った
saying, where
ら
like she's kind of losing her mind against it, but he isn't. He has been cognizant the whole time. I think the story arc is kind of unique in the overall story for the fact that it doesn't really introduce new playable characters. It's literally just story for the sake of telling a story and not selling you selling you stuff. I really can appreciate that. I did like Penacony in that sense because it introduced most of the characters early on. Fontaine too, and then like just built upon them. So you were already sold like at that point, you know, with playable characters, and then it just used them. But yeah, the fact that there are I'm gonna assume neither of these guys. I know Owl doesn't because men aren't allowed. But that they're not gonna be playable is definitely an interesting move for gacha games. I think the only one that I see really do that is Granblue, where they will introduce characters that don't get put into the gacha, at least not immediately. Yeah, I can't really think of other ones. Oh, speaking of Pentagon, I think you actually spoiled something. Oh no! Oh, I'm sorry if I did. Color's May's experience right after she resolved herself to her choice, and I find that so insanely cool that time is dedicated to her in that way. Yeah, no, this is definitely supposed to, like, in a lot, this is obviously supposed to parallel May. The fact that he is doing everything he can to save this Hersher, regardless of what the world thinks, is definitely an aspect, Oh, okay. I'm not particularly upset about that, Cinda, because you have Firefly. I mean, like, I guess I'm still sorry that you got spoiled, but, like, the character spoils you. I thought you meant, like, right here, right now, because I was talking about Penacony earlier. But yeah, and then this idea that he's willing to become an enemy of the world just for this person. And I think it is an intentional parallel here that while May is surviving and going on with it, they're not. Like, I think this is supposed to show that, like, it's not always going to work out, and May is really going to have to work for it to be able to have the happy ending she wants here. Owl's a really interesting character. I didn't expect to like him to this degree. Where's the other one? No men are ever playable. Their male characters really good brain. No, I know, it's really weird. I know the fandom decided it, but it's really weird that they were like, haha, the men are bad. I think this arc is important for the sake of establishing May as a more nuanced character. They did a really good job with it last chapter. This chapter is really building, or last arc, I should say. This arc is really building on that, or the direction she went in that arc, and I'm really enjoying it. Like I said earlier that I was surprised we didn't go back to the Hyperion crew. I get why now. They made Genshin and Star Rail so that they could start having male characters. It's really funny. That's like not even really a joke. I bet there's a big part of why they made Genshin is they were like, hey, it would be cool if we could like make men.
Anna,
Live
俺の分まで生きていて
on
くれ。
for my sake. I think there, like, is potentially an argument to be made that, like, this game is more melodramatic than Star Rail or Genshin, but it's not even that because, like, the whole setting is a tragedy. Like, the setting itself is a tragedy. They are fighting against extinction itself, whereas, like, Genshin and Star Rail, while there are stakes involved, they're very much, like, they're not necessarily world-ending, and if they are, we stop it before it ends the world. The world-ending events are already taking place in HI3. And they're literally fighting for every scrap that they have to push it back. That's literally it. They realized they actually liked their male cast so much when they developed Second Eruption, they wanted to write more males. Yeah, no, that's definitely what it felt like. They wanted their male designs so badly, they even made a reverse HA3 in a 2D Otome game with only men sold in the gacha. I need to get back to Tears of Themis! It is in a way, but the stakes are so insanely high, it's apocalyptic every... Yeah, no, absolutely. It's the setting itself is lends to it. It doesn't feel out of place. Like, if you had this level of melodrama in Genshin all the time, it probably would feel out of place, because Genshin overall is a pretty stable world. It's got stuff going on, right? There's obviously plots going on, but nothing world-ending has happened yet. Not one of the plots, had they succeeded, would have been like a world-ending threat. And then obviously Star Rail is on a universal scale, so the even if something is a world-ending threat, it's not as big a deal as a world-ending threat in this. It's really interesting looking at the differences in that. And then yeah, you know, obviously Tears of Themis is having world-ending threats every other day with your Ace Attorney shenanigans. If they let even one of these Hershes win, the world ends pretty much. Just because of how, like, normal everyone is. I was having a conversation with Shinsha the other day, where, like, it would be interesting, like, it's interesting comparing this to, like, the world of Genshin, where a Hersher in Genshin is not actually that big a deal. Because not even the Archons as they are as Archons, but what they were before as gods are of the same strength, if not more than Hershers, and their durability is a lot higher. It like Zhongli's throwing not meteor, like mountains at people, and they're surviving it. But even like the regular person, not the regular person, but like a vision holder in Genshin is going to be able to stand up better than like most people in this world, even like higher rank Valkyries. It's just like the tone and the situation is so different, and that is part of the charm of each of them, and part of why I said earlier, like, I don't really want Kiana in the other games, I don't really want Traveler in the other games, I don't really want Trailblazer in the other games, even if I like them. You know, I want them to be in their unique place, because they are part of what sets the tone for the game. And I think if you shift if you put them in the other ones, it'll shift the tone too much that it probably won't feel right. Like, Genshin is going to change tone when we get back to Celestia, where Kiana is waiting for us. Coral Hersher research, a summary. Redacted. The event has spun out of control. A second Hersher appeared in Coral within 5 hours after the birth of the Hersher of Ice. This second Hersher has been identified as former World Serpent officer codenamed Owl. This Hersher's birth triggered a powerful gravitational wave eruption that destroyed 20 square kilometers of urbanized areas. We deduced this anomalous gravitational wave was generated by the Hersher itself. Comparative data analysis found similarities between this Hersher and the 9th Hersher of the previous era. Okay, so he's not the 6th Hersher then, and it was the Hersher of Earth. So they're coming in a different order. I guess I don't know that the order they've come in so far is the order they came in the previous era. I just assumed that. I'm realizing now they never told me that. That was purely my assumption. But the fact that they're specifically calling it the 9th Hersher here, because he would be the 6th right now. Okay, that's interesting. We have, okay, so 1 through 5 were in the same order, but this super isn't. Okay, that's interesting. I don't know if that tells me anything, or if it's just like, it's been coincidence so far. But that is, the fact that 5 were the same, and then 6 is 9. There's definitely intent behind that. Them making this the 9th Hersher in the previous era, there's a point to that. We also decided to adopt this as the provisional codename for the current Hersher. I guess they're also saying here, they don't necessarily know that it is comparative to the 9th Hersher, but it's similar. Both the Hershers of Earth and Ice are moving towards the central coral for reasons unknown. We have been losing ground since the birth of the Hersher of Earth. Frontline forces have taken heavy losses and could no longer provide field command with additional intel. Situation is now code red and requires immediate assistance from HQ. Styrian messed things up. Well, you know what, that is true, because she was using fake Hersher cores. Because it was... They had Fire, Wind... It was Fire, Wind, Ice, and Death, right? Were the ones that she used? For her friends? That would actually be really interesting if Siren is the problem. Or the anomaly. Message received. HQ is dispatched to reinforcements to Coral. From the description provided, the new Hersher appears to be controlling gravity itself and has little to do with Earth, rocks, or minerals. Calling it the Hersher of Earth is quite confusing. PE records shouldn't be copied verbatim. HQ has held an official meeting to discuss the matters. A decision has been made to rename it as the Hersher of Stars. Message received. All further correspondences shall refer to this entity as the Hersher of Stars. That's really cool, actually. I also like that, because they even said what I said, where it's like, while we are using documents to correlate stuff, it's not necessarily the same. We're going to give it a new designation, even if it is the same. Pixel Base Camp. Outskirts of Coral.
隊長まずいですサンゴ島
Squad leader, bad news. We got a new situation at Coral. Even, so obviously I talked about the emotionality a bit ago, but what is really getting me now about this chapter and making this chapter particularly good is it's making me question a lot of assumptions I had. And this is being followed by, like, the Schicksal members also saying this, where information we thought we had is now not necessarily lining up. And, you know, I talked about the Hershers having their minds earlier, and maybe intentional misinformation by Otto. I don't know if that's coming into play with this, but there's, like, a lot of my preconceived notions are definitely being questioned in this chapter, and that's a good thing.
落ち着いてください。何があったんですか？
Calm down and give me the updates. There's a sharp Honkai energy spike in the island. I've never seen such figures before.
また
The lore implications from this arc have a big effect on a lot of stuff in the future, even if this arc is kind of small comparatively. I can definitely see that, like, there's going to be a lot building on this for sure. If detecting an anomalous gravity wave at the epicenter of the at the epicenter, and the wave is growing as we speak.
そして
How many Hershers are there supposed to be total? It's like 14? Because I know I believe Yai's sister in the previous era was 11? 12? Let's just say 14 right now. That's a good answer, actually. Because, like, if it is 14, let's say 14, we're about halfway through it already. And, like, Wendy was, like, less than a month before Kiana. Technically, Kiana doesn't count because the original eruption was earlier, but I'm gonna count it. Wendy was, like, less than a month before Kiana, and then there was a month between Kiana and last chapter. Was it a month or 4 months? Even if it was 4 months, short amount of time. And then these two are back to back. Like, things are definitely speeding up. 17 is halfway to 35, yeah, but there's also Elysian Realm. I know we're not actually halfway there.
この異変の中で
Another Hersher energy signature has appeared amidst this chaos. Durando rushed out of the tent to check what she had heard and saw black sphere and massive rocks in the sky. Oh, her face actually is really interesting here. She then realized that the rocks were pieces of buildings torn from the ground itself. Halfway number, the wine's definitely not in time. Well, you've changed.
この怪物は
Huh. This actually really reminds me of Bronya. Like, this is a Bronya-ass design. Back to Durandal.
この戦闘は勝たなければいけません。
Pixel Base Camp, outskirts of Coral.
皆さん緊急事態です5分前
We have an emergency. A cataclysmic Honkai eruption took place in the central Coral 5 minutes ago. The eruption created an anomalous gravity wave that affected at least 1/3 of the downtown area.
さらにまずいのが
The worst part is that this eruption created a massive
巨大な
monster.
該当生物を調査
Scans and analyses of the area of this entity revealed something unbelievable.
その化け物の体内から
We identified 2 powerful
2
Honkai
つの
energy
高濃度
signatures
防
within
災エネ
it.
ルギーそのうち1つ
One matches the wave pattern of the Hersher of Ice. The other belongs to a novel Hersher class entity.
つまり先ほどの
In other words, that eruption gave birth to yet another Hersher.
誕生したと現在のサンゴ島の
We've
状
used
況は
external comlinks to convey the situation at Coral to HQ.
本部から帰ってきた
The
メッセー
reply
ジ
from
は
HQ highlighted the Hersher's characteristics.
サンゴ島で発生した
Analysis of the gravitational wave revealed power similar to the ninth Hersher of the previous era.
二人の律者
The monster consists of 2 fused Hershers.
その通りです
That's right. Coral is now facing a Honkai event of the highest severity. HQ is mobilizing all the forces it can.
それまで不要な死傷
The
者を出さない
Overseer
ために
wants us to withdraw and rendezvous with the main forces and avoid unnecessary
了
casualties.
解です
Understood.
現在
Our
前線の
frontline
損
forces
失は
are
ひ
no
どい
longer
です
fit
し
for battle given the
作
losses
戦を継
we've
続するのは
taken.
アルビトルさん
Alvatir,
撤退の
I'm
指揮はあ
granting
な
you
たに任
command.
せます
Get everyone out of here.
皆さんを
What? What about you, squad leader?
私はあの化け物
I'll
の
try
相
to
手をし
distract that
ます
monster and gather as much
なる
intel
べ
as I
く情
can.
報
でも
But that's dangerous. It's too risky.
アルビトルさん
The situation is already out of control, Alvatir. Things will only get worse as time goes by.
何もしない方が危険な選択
Inaction
で
is
す
the riskiest option to take.
でも
But with Deputy
副
Rita
隊長は
wounded,
重傷を負っ
if
て
you
いま
got
す
yourself,
安心してください
don't worry, Alvatir.
アルビトルリタのこと
I'll leave Rita
お
in
願
your
いしま
care.
すね
かしこまりました
Understood. Be careful out there, squad leader.
お気をつけください
I really, I like I like the differences between and how the story highlights without like shoving it at you. The differences between the three organizations, where you have anti-entropy, with the exception of Cocolia, and the the Hyperion crew, where all of them trust each other, and their like leadership is trustworthy.
こちらです
You have
栄光よ私と共に
you
あれ
have Chixel, where the Valkyries all trust each other, and they they trust their leader, but their leader actually isn't trustworthy. And then you have the World Serpent, where whether or not Kevin is actually trustworthy, none of them actually trust each other. They believe in Kevin, but their like structure as a unit is pretty. None of them really like each other. Also, just want to highlight that the Hersher of Ice's WinCon is freezing the entire planet, and I thought that may be relevant. Cool, we're gonna Bellabog it. They're really nice parallels and contrasts to each other, and I think May and Raven are really highlighting this, where they kind of trust each other, but Raven's trepidation towards all the other people and her life experiences is really holding her back from it, especially because May is now a Hersher. There's another Hersher I think you'll find somewhat fascinating. I'm sure I'm going to find them all fascinating. Meanwhile, downtown Coral.
どうしてこんなことに
How did this happen? The other nice thing is I've hit a point where I don't actually know like anything else coming up. I don't know who the other Hershers are. I didn't know who that either of these were. I kind of thought early on that it might be Anna, because of some, the stuff that was said earlier. But I definitely didn't expect Owl to become one. I know Sue is a character, and that's really kind of it for what I know coming up. I don't know anything about him. I just know he's a character. Oh, and I know Void Archives is gonna be a thing, but they hinted at that in the last arc. I really like Raven's relationship with May. May really benefits from a mentor like her right now. I agree. I think Raven's a really good character so far, and initially, I think some of that was the benefit of the doubt I was giving because I really like Natasha in Star Rail, but Raven definitely is her own thing, and she showed that really early. I was able to predict some of the plot line in the previous arc because of that connection, but otherwise, like, she's very much her own. She's not, or I should say Natasha isn't Raven 2.0. It's part of what I do like. Part of what I do like about the XPs in this, they share designs and some like thematic elements, but that's kind of it. They are their own characters. You don't have to worry about them just reusing characters over and over. May stood in the streets and gazed upon the broken skies. Chunks of concrete ripped up from the ground orbited the remains of the galactic stairway.
少し離れていただけで
And all I did was leave you for a
ここは
bit.
どうなって
What
る
did you do this time? She landed softly beside her.
渡りガラス
Raven,
経緯は天命の通
I've
信を
heard
聞い
about
て
this
知っ
from
た
Chixel's comm channels.
理
I
由
can
も
probably guess the cause.
大体さ
Here,
お前
you
の
told
欲
me
し
to
かっ
get
たもの
these.
だ
Raven held a small box with black and gold stripes encrusted in a layer of frost.
計画は変化に追いつ
The
いていない
situation has changed. We have the scepters of Dwat, but I don't know if I can still make them
こ
work.
の
If
状
you can
況で
still make
まだ
them
役
work.
に立つそれで
Do tell me about
作戦は
this plan of yours. May took the scepters of Duat from Raven. She thought about Owl, his betrayal, his escape, the pursuit, and everything else that happened since then. May gave a slight frown and the scepters crackled slightly before giving off a red glow. So what I'm assuming is her electricity powers are going to allow her to like supercharge even the fragments left of these. That was what I assumed when she first brought this up too. Electromagnetic fields.
やはりか。
I knew it.
黄泉の杖の原
The scepter used EM fields to disrupt the link between the Hershey core and the imaginary space.
ジャッカルは説明
Jackal didn't give me any details, but I've experienced its power and memorized the EM patterns it created. So yeah, okay, she's going to boost them with her powers. The red glow from the device spread like blood that slowly flowed into her palm, her skin, and her entire body.
雷の律者の力で
And you want to use your
同じ
power
効
of
果を
thunder to
作
do
り
the
出
same
すっていう
thing.
わけ。
Yes, we still have a chance.
黄泉の杖にできることは
I can duplicate the
私に
scepter's
もで
effects.
きる
In fact, I can do it with great power.
その強度を持った杖
The ability to interact with electromagnetic fields is the strongest part of anything that can use electricity or magnetic powers. This shown by two specific characters, one being Misaka Mikoto from Tuaru, and the other being Magneto from Marvel. Despite Misaka having electricity powers and that being her main thing, her actual big moves all come from the magnetic forces that she exerts. The actual most dangerous thing she does is when she makes iron sand swords. Because, like, yeah, it is described as like a chainsaw that you can't break apart. And then obviously her railgun, which doesn't actually use any electricity. It uses the electromagnetic force charged by the electricity. And then Magneto, they've really been showing the full force of being able to control magnetism in recent years, to the point that he, with help from a few other mutants, forms a better core for planet Mars, giving it a magnetic signature similar to Earth so that they could develop an atmosphere for Mars. And it's like, yeah, magnetism is a fundamental force of nature. It's far more powerful than anything that pure electricity can do. Electricity has so many properties beyond the actual like bolt of lightning that I find it characters with electricity powers have almost been ruined for me because of that, because it's like, if you're just throwing out lightning in a lot of cases, I find that kind of boring. Yeah, but you'll be facing a monster consisting of two fused Hershers. You must overwhelm it on its turf and take its course. You have one shot, and no one can save you if you fail.
そうしなければならない
Yet that is what I must do,
何があろうと
and I'll succeed no matter the cost.
それなら私
If
が
that's
協
the
力しま
case,
す
do allow me to offer you assistance.
デュランダルさん
Durandal. Hello, Derry. All right, we're almost at the end of this segment. Segment? Sequence? Yes. If that's the case, do allow me to offer you assistance.
デュランダルさん
Durandal.
今
Honkai intensity core is now twice of that of an eruption event. The numbers are still rising as we speak.
あの化け物の力
That
はまだ
monster
ま
will
だ
only get
強くなり
stronger.
ます
We must act quickly.
デュランダルさん
Help me get close
コ
to
ア
the
の位置に
course.
近づくの
Help me get close to the course, Durandal. I have a
そう
way
す
to
れば
defeat
倒
this
す方
thing.
が当たりガラスあなたは安
Raven,
全な
you
場
should
所
retreat to a safe location.
悔しいが
I don't like this at
今
all,
の私
but
で
I'm
は
afraid
何
I
の役
can't
にも
help you
立
in
た
my
ないから
current
な
state.
とにかく
I'll be wishing you luck
健闘を祈る
in any case. Bam!
私の番ですね。
I do, even though I like the other Durandal better, I really like that they keep her her B move being the pierce and stab. I really like that part of her kit. Unknown foe. Interesting. Also, what is the...
私に服従しなさい。
I'm scared of all these orbs around. Okay. That was a really abrupt ending to that.
伝染雷鳴の時、行きましょう。
No, pure as blooming flowers, yet dark like the deepest space, wafted at the foot of the galactic stairway. The Hersher was silent as though it was a puppet caged in an ancient
行
bud.
きましょう。
Let's go. We have only one chance to do this right. Alright, let's go. While the Valkyrie and Hersher advanced, the Black Nova hurled to the earth. The gravitic spear instantly disintegrated upon hitting the ground and tore the heaven and earth apart. A blinding flash engulfed the entirety of Coral.
行動開始。
This imagery is really familiar to me. I can't place it. Rhyme Star.
私の番ですね。
Ah, I was hoping she'd go all the way. Oh, her pierce can't hit it. Oh, okay. Wait, maybe now it can.
私の番ですね。
No, it can do damage, but it doesn't actually... I mean, obviously it wasn't going to pick her up, but it doesn't do any of the big parts of it.
行動開始。気をつけて。軌道エレベーターが崩れます。
Watch out! The space elevator is collapsing! Attack the crystals and send them back to the Hersher. Oh. Well, kind of wasted this, huh? They're really getting cinematic with their boss fight, starting with Hersher of Thunder and now this. This is really cool. I thought the Hersher of Thunder fight was also really good. I don't know if this is a good fight yet. But it's definitely like, yeah, it's really cinematic and really cool. Okay, so I'm not fighting the Hersher itself, I'm just fighting this right now.
私の番ですね。
A lot of ways this boss fight was designed with similar technologies to Valen's. I was also thinking that was the platform changing. Which in the end, the Dvalin fight always reminded me of the Savior, the final boss of Devil May Cry 4. Yeah, it'll be interesting going forward if I see like development patterns that match Genshin. Right, because like there were Dragon Spine-esque things earlier. This is very similar to how you fight Dvalin. And I wonder if I'm going to keep seeing those patterns. Hersher power is engulfing the entirety of Coral. It'll also be interesting, like, playing all three games to see, like, where design elements were taken from the other games, and, like, you know, what something that was maybe tested in one became a full-fledged thing in another. Watch out for the patrolling Claws in the air, captured doctors will be sealed. Okay.
目覚めよ栄養の守護者
It's definitely easier to see patterns during live releases. Like I genuinely believe you're supposed to play the game concurrently to see Mihoyo's vision. I can see that. I also, I was talking to Shincha also about this last week. I really want to see, like, what lore connections they continue to make. I don't want it to be, like, overwhelming. Like, I don't want you to have to play any one game to understand the others. But as a, just, like... you know, just like tidbits here and there where you go, oh, okay, that's connected to this. It's totally miserable and unsustainable for most people, but it's rewarding to play them all at the same time narratively. Absolutely. I even just going through what I have with this, and then playing Star Rail and Genshin since launch, I can feel that. Where am I? Oh well.
Raiden Mei.
Congratulations, Raiden Mei. You've won. I think lore implications aren't what's important, more so that you could see the same rays exploring similar themes in different contexts. I can also definitely agree with that. Being able to... Because sometimes you're constrained by, like, you know, the setting of your game, and then being able to do similar but different things in a different setting is interesting. And that... Hoyo has never, like, overlapped. There's been similarities, right? Or like, thematic things. But I've never felt like they're just rewriting their other stuff. And I appreciate that. Yes, it has ended. Because, like, I like Nasu as a writer. And I like, you know, I like Fate, I like Tsukihime, I really like Kara no Kyokai. But I feel like Nasu really reuses stuff a lot. Like, Fujino, Kohaku, and Sakura all have the same story. And it gets worse every time. All I wanted was to see her again. Tell her what I felt about her. Is that wrong? I don't know. I'm looking for an answer to that question as well. Do you? Then I hope you won't end up like us. I think Penacony is definitely channeling HI3 writing. Well, it was, yeah, the Shaoji did write Penacony, so that's, I mean, same writer, you know, it's not that surprising. But, I mean, yeah, I'll have to make that judgment when I get there. Penacony is definitely challenging in a way that drew in pretty well with Trailblaze, but same but different-ish. Yeah, okay. That, cause I mean, yeah, that's how I don't mind seeing that, you know, where it's like, yeah, you see aspects, you see like themes that specific writers like to play with in ongoing in multiple things, but as long as it's like actually different. Sunday's very, very, you'll see. Okay, I see. I'm sorry. I apologize. We're Hershers. Monsters that must be destroyed. You did what you must. It doesn't really matter anymore. They played a joke on Anna and me. Perhaps my emotions left me when I became a Hersher. I don't even feel sad. Just end this. The blade fell. All went silent. I can't move. Maybe an end like this isn't so bad after all. Anna, we can be together at last. Bam, 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 bam. Well, I'll read the other note after this. The storm blew over. The sun shone upon the land. Shixel relief forces assembled in the gentle sea breeze. May stood on the shattered breakwaters. The prosperous island state of Coral was now a desolate ruin. The waves seemed to carry the souls of the deceased and remains of civilization to where they belong. This incident will be regarded in history as a disaster almost too terrible to behold.
この2つのコアはまだ
The two cores are still alive.
成功だ。
You did it.
お前の目標に
Raven.
一歩近づい
You
た
did
な。
it. You're now one step closer to your goals.
黙り込んでど
Why
うした
so
んだ。
quiet? Are you expecting me to
拍手で
applaud
も
your
待っ
great
てるの
feat?
か。喜べ。
Cheer up. It's
こ
your
れはお
victory.
前の勝利だ。
勝利と
I don't
呼べる
think I can
も
call
の
this a
とは思えない
victory.
けど
May looked at the mercenary. Raven ignored her and tinkered with the third divine key she salvaged. Both of them remained silent for a long while until Raven finally raised her head.
こんな結末。
You probably can't accept how things turned out. I certainly
私
couldn't.
だって同
I
じ
don't
だ。
think anyone could.
だがこれが世
But
界
this
だ。
was, is, and will be the
世
way
界
this
とは
world
ずっと
works.
こうだった。
She stood up and gave May a gentle pat. The two looked to the sun sinking on the horizon. Night would soon approach.
元気を出
strong.
せ。
Don't you have someone to protect?
お前
A
には
brief moment
守り
of
たいもの
weakness
がい
may
るだろ
cost you dearly.
今までずっと
And I suppose you feel the
そん
same
な
when
気
it
持ちで
comes to
子供
those
たちの
children of
相手をして
yours.
たの。
教えないさ。
I'll not say anything to that. I suppose it's time
そ
for
ろ
us
そ
to
ろ戻り
leave.
ましょう。
戻る前に
Just go and visit Owl
もう
before
一
that.
度
Raven said as she pointed to the beach in the distance.
そこの海岸に
The Shixel Valkyrie has
天
built a
命
tomb
の
for
バル
him
キリ
and
ー
Anna.
が
I
あいつ
just
と
came
アナの
back from
あ
there.
いつは悪人で
He's
あ
an
る
evil traitor. The
ヨル
world
ムンガ
serpent
ンド
doesn't
は裏
forgive
切り
that.
者を許さないだから
And so he would
お
be
前と
forgotten.
私の他
We
に
would be the only ones who
あ
would
いつ
remember
のこ
him.
とを覚えて
The sun glowed red as it slowly sank. May arrived at the beach. A Valkyrie with flowing blonde hair took her
デュラ
attention.
ンダルさん
Durandal.
律者になってしまいま
Though
し
she
たが
turned into a Hersher,
Anna
Anna
さんは
remained
死
a
んだ
glorious Valkyrie till
栄
the
光
very
な
end
る
of
バ
her
ルキリー
life.
です彼女は使命を
She
果たし
fulfilled
まし
her
た
duty, and the time has come
今
for
は
her
ゆっ
to
くりと
rest.
休んでもらいましょう
Durandal gave a salute and mourned the young
このネッ
Valkyrie.
クレスは
Is that her
彼女の
necklace?
ええ
Yes.
彼女
She
の
wore it
大
all
事
the
なもの
time.
です
It was very dear to her. May took out another similar necklace from her pocket. She acquired it when she seized the Hersher's
それ
core.
なら
Then I guess this
こ
belongs to
れ
her
を
as
返し
well.
ましょう
May pieced the two necklaces together and placed them on the headstone. The combined necklaces basked in the setting sun and gave a brilliant azure glow. It seemed like a beacon of light. It seemed like a beacon lighting the way for those caught in a world between life and death. May gazed upon the headstone silently while Durandal turned around and left. The two parted ways as the sun shone for the last time on that day. Hersher redacted event at Coral, an investigation report. Warning! Access limited only to research personnel and adequate clearance. ID blah 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 blah. Security code blah blah blah. Supervisor Dr. Harry. Frontline Honkai R&D team Coral. A report on the Hersher fusion event at Coral. Date 2017. Birth of the Hersher of Ice. Birth of the Hersher of Stars. Anomalous gravitational wave eruption in Central Coral. First confirmed visual of the fused Hershers. Death of the fused Hershers. So they were fused for an hour and a half, basically. Analysis of the Hersher fusion event at Coral. Redacted. Summary. The two Hersher cores generated powerful resonating frequencies upon contact, fusing their powers and creating a novel individual Hersher class entity. Further investigations revealed that the Hersher of Ice and Hersher of Stars had prior contact while they were still human. How this contact may have affected the fusion event requires further research. This also has a lot of implications. I don't know if Sela will ever become a Hersher. My assumption early on in the game was all the main characters would, but now I'm not sure on that. But if for nothing else, this has implications for Kiana May, obviously, but also Branya. Because, like, Branya may not be, like, in love with them the same way, but she is one of their, like, longest and greatest friends. So it would be interesting if we could see, at some point, like, the powers of their 3 Herrscher cores fuse. Also, Bronya has a deep connection, or at least they talk, I don't think the game did a good job of it, but has spoken a deep connection to Wendy. So there's a potential for her to, like, end up using Wendy's core in this way. Conclusions. The choral event was a major setback in our efforts to study and understand the Honkai. I disagree. I think this adds a lot of information. The fickle nature of the Honkai and recently observed anomalies only confounded established knowledge about this phenomenon. That's part of science. That's not a setback. We speculate this event to trigger mass anxiety within the academia and demoralize large segments of our organization. I think this would have scientists going like, oh, what the fuck? I want to see stuff. Avert your eyes from the character list for stories. Don't worry, I'm looking at, like, literally nothing outside of stuff. I'm looking at, like, the guide that's telling me, during this chapter, read this manga or whatever. I'm not looking at anything in the game. I don't turn the game on outside of stream. If left unchecked, such influences may have lethal consequences. We hope the leadership takes notice of this and enact preventive measures ASAP. A letter from Anna. Bianca, I hope this finds you well. I've joined the Snow Lotus squad in the Philippines and have stayed at the Manila garrison since then. The place is really warm and wet. I wasn't used to it at first, but I guess time does change things. This place, its people, and the culture are really different compared to what I experienced in Europe. I really hope I can invite you here. Though I haven't seen you for a while, I've been hearing all about your deeds and valor through the Shixel broadcast. I'm really impressed by how you remain so dedicated to your goal. I've always remembered you as the rising star back in our time at HQ. Everybody loves being around you and talk about your ingenuity, skills, and talents. But I know you're driven by your sense of duty. You're strong because you spent a great deal more time training than any of us. This is the first time I've told anyone about this, Bianca. I started thinking about a lot of other things after leaving HQ. I realized that a Valkyrie's duty isn't as innocent or wonderful as we had thought. Nevertheless, I'm proud to be a Valkyrie. I will continue to train hard. One day will come when I'm just as good as you are, and we'll be able to fight side by side. Oops, sorry. That actually sounded more like a challenge. Please pay no mind to that. I'm not really good at expressing myself. Just know that I'm always your biggest fan. Good luck and Godspeed. Please also send my regards to Rita as well. I've sent a small gift for her upcoming birthday. I pray she likes it. I'm wondering if Bianca will or has shown up and I just don't remember. Philippines mentioned. Really different in Europe. Be for real, Anna. Everyone in Philippines speaks English. Or be for real, Anna. Everyone in the Philippines speaks. Yeah, but the climate's different. This broke the order of things. They've never fused before and stars is new. They actually understand nothing in the face of the end of the world. It's terrifying. Yes, but you don't understand how exciting that kind of thing is for scientists. Like, challenging your preconceived notions of things for science is the best thing that can happen, almost. Maybe not in a world-ending threat situation, but I don't know. Every scientist I know, and I know a lot because technically I'm one, is like, oh, like everything that we've known about this thing is being challenged by this new finding. That's awesome. Is everyone's reaction. I think this arc really understates the gravity of this disaster. Coral City was one of the biggest cities in the world, and it's now completely dead. Yeah, they said, I think it was like 3 million people at the beginning were in this city. And yeah, like, the city's definitely gone, and I don't think many people got out of this. You did well. This was the only reply from the sire of the World Serpent after the debriefing. You shall return. Tell me, did you predict that I would use my Herrscher powers to seize and suppress the cause? You realize that solution on you. Every time Kevin shows up, I just, in the what's Gibby thinking about? But it's what's Kevin thinking about? Every time. And I cannot get this across. I have no reason for it. It just is what my mind is going to. You did well, Kevin. Millions are dead. Yeah, but, you know, she did it. You realize that solution on your own.
私が失敗したら
Did you ever consider what might happen if we were to
どういう結果にな
fail?
ったの？
君ならやれるさ
You will only succeed.
説明して。
I want an explanation. He was silent for only a brief
こ
moment.
の崩壊で
This eruption event gave birth to two Hershers that fused together as one.
一人の律者が
One
もう一人の
consumed the
律
core
者
of
のコア
another
を
and became a far stronger entity.
より君がしたのは
You did something similar.
同じこと
You
さ
conquered Hersher
生
powers.
律者の力
What? Really?
どうした？
What's going on?
通信が切れた。
The comlinks are down.
これは
This isn't signal interference. We have an emergency.
基地で
Something
何
happened
か
to the
が起こっ
base.
てるわ。
Yeah, the pretty voice, face and voice, so it's okay, Copium.
変わり果てた自分を
Gazing at my warped self. Oh. Well, Durando's having fun. What? Oh! That's Fuwa! Oh no! Friend or foe, pick your side!
いろいろあった
My past was nothing but a failure. Those I wanted to protect. Oh, is Fuwa erupting?
まいました
Is she the new Hersher of Death? Only the remorse etched on one's mind can make one emerge from their pupa. Yeah, no, Pure Hype is right. This will be next week, but I'm super excited for this now. I assume these are all flashes to stuff that will happen in the event. I will now transform this world into what I desire with my own hands. So I have been wondering though, because like I said last time, I wonder if Fuqua is like in anyone else's consciousness. Because she was in Kiana and Branya. This will be answering those questions. I was also thinking Fuqua hasn't been like that interesting. Like she's obviously had stuff going on, right? But she's been very background supporty role. And I know she's a big fan favorite, so I was wondering if there was gonna be a bigger event. Oh man, these chapters were really good. That looks hype as shit. I'm super ready for that next week. But that'll be it for today for me. Tomorrow I will be starting on the earlier time slot, 6 p.m. EST. And we'll be starting World's End Club finally, hopefully, unless something gets in the way again. Wednesday... Wednesday's going to be, we're starting Signalis, because we finished Unicorn Overlord. And Friday is going to be Zenless Zone Zero. So, double Hoya week. I'm really excited for that game. But yeah, thank you for watching. I hope to see you all again in the future. Bye-bye now.
う